You're live, so all good.
Morning, Matt.
Hey, Steve. Good morning.
How are you?
You know, when you bottom out, like it's a marathon thing. You hit the wall. I'm hitting the wall.
I'm going to be talking about schedule a little bit this morning, Mr. Chair. So hopefully it'll be
good.
And then just to let you know, I did close the loop with Victor Daniels this morning. So
Fantastic. Okay.
We're good on that.
All right. Yeah, isn't it ironic? The day I talked to you is the day you reached out. I just needed a day or two, Victor.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Okay, fantastic. In the meantime, I'm trying to get medium counties lined up out there. I think Lindsay probably reached out to you, but she needs to do back work. So she's got Claire running things. Val's back there somewhere.
Yeah, we got a whole team here.
Val is here.
All right. How you feeling? I hope you're doing well.
Well, I was better, but then I caught my daughter's cold, so a few weeks.
The world is busy.
Busy.
Hey, all in all, long day, but it worked well. I think everything worked out really well.
Yeah, it was good.
Today will be a longer day.
I fell asleep in my chair last night in front of the TV. I woke up at 3 o'clock this morning. Didn't know where I was at. Where am I?
I did a similar thing. I put a show on. I was a little hyped. I got through a show, and then after that, I was gone. And I woke up later than I ever wake up. So
yeah.
I woke up so late. It was like 6 o'clock.
Yeah, really, I was expecting my 5:15 a.m. text from you.
That's right.
So Steve, if you had a dog, you would never have been able to stay asleep in that chair till 3 a.m. You would have made sure you would have gotten up to give them a treat.
Yeah. Typical the cats are like, whatever, we're good.
Yeah. What was it? I had a magnet sister-in-law gave to me. My dog thinks he's a human, and my cat thinks she's a god.
I've seen those. Those are cool.
Yeah.
Cats, what is it? Cats rule, dogs drool, something like that.
I like that.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Let's see.
Okay, that's right. I'm going to do that. All right, you guys get ready. Hey, I was trying to figure out your follow-up items. Could you put a date on them just to help us out there, Steve?
The slides, you mean? The follow-up slides?
Yeah, when you do them. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I have two different ones, and I was trying to figure out which one was first, which one was last.
Okay, yeah, because each day we'll add to it, so it'll be that day's version of it. But yeah, we can put a date on it because when you're printing it out, you want to know what date that is for.
Yeah, because they start with something different in there. I was thinking that would be the sequencing of it, but that or anyway, nothing big. Just a thought. 8:01. I should be checking in and seeing who we have out there, and actually check in with Claire. Everything good out there on the tech side there, Claire?
Yes, and we have all of the supervisors with us, as well as the IT staff.
Oh, fantastic. Hey, I'm going to send an email, and I'll probably forget, but we have short time. For Medium County Caucus, we're going to be asking for what people are suggesting, the methods they're going to use for the ARP, Claire. So if you could help me out with that for my presentation for Medium County next week. And I'm sending that email out for Robin and encouraging each county to do that. Opportunity of the moment.
We do have Supervisor Vasquez. He's as a panelist now, but he keeps dropping and coming back in. So he might have a bad connection, but he's with us right now.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. We're now on what is this? This is day 7 of the budget hearings. And we'll be doing this most of the day, going through budget most of the day. And then we have our hearing tonight for the Two Guns subdivision, or not subdivision, well, planned community proposal for tonight.
Mr. Chair, if I can make a comment on the schedule for today.
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
So today we're scheduled to, of course, we conclude today's discussion with justice courts until about 2:45 or 3. And then we're breaking and then going into wrap-up discussion. What I would like to suggest is, given the fact that we have a major hearing tonight, that we do a hard stop on budget at 3 to allow board members time to refresh and get ready for the hearing that begins at 5. And then I would also like to suggest that tomorrow morning that we consider starting at 10 rather than 8. Again, we'll think about that depending on the amount of discussion that we feel we'll need. But again, this is something to consider, for at least for this afternoon, ending at 3, providing break before the hearing at 5. And then by the end of the day, let's talk about maybe starting a little later tomorrow morning to provide staff the opportunity to organize. Because what we want to do is provide a discussion agenda to you for the next 2 days, as opposed to, so it's a very organized discussion. We know the areas that we want to talk about, et cetera. So so doing this today will give us the opportunity to be ready for tomorrow. So thank you.
Yeah, what do you think, board members? I think that's a great idea. Actually, let's just check in real quick for quick hellos. District 1, Patrice.
Yes, hello and good morning, everybody. Yes, it's going to be one long day today, an important day, and important departments that are coming before us, and I look forward to hearing from them. And it has been a challenging almost couple weeks, so and important for our community and for our employees. So thanks to the staff and everyone. I look forward to moving this forward. I agree with the county manager's proposal. We have an important hearing tonight, and I think it would be great for us to be prepared and ready to really focus on that. And then onward tomorrow, 10 o'clock is fine with me for a start.
All right, fantastic. District 2, Geronimo.
Good morning, everyone. Just want to say thank you for all your hard work. It's been a grueling week and a half, and I concur with the county manager about trying to stop a little early so we have some chance to transition the thought process from budget hearings to land use hearings. So hope everybody has a great day, and looking forward to another good, productive day. Thank you.
Excellent. District 4, Judy.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this next day. And I woke up this morning and I was so thankful and prayed. So I just want to say thank you very much, for all the presentations that were presented to us, and we still have a couple more for today. And then also that in order for staff to be somewhat adequately prepped for tomorrow and the next day, I think that's, we need to give them some time this afternoon to do that. And also we have a hearing that's going to be coming up that is very crucial, that we feel that more time needs to be provided to that and ensure that, we make the proper decision at the end. So thank you again, staff, and good morning, everyone. Thank you.
All right. And Vice Chair, District 5, Lena.
Yes, good morning. Yeah, well, we're ready to go. So thank you.
All right, let's rock and roll. Okay, Steve, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, so today we've reserved time and invited Matt Fowler and the IT team to come back to do some closeout and some impressions from the presentation that he and the team provided a couple of days ago. The increments, or excuse me, the SIRs that were proposed included 3 new staff positions. We also have a variety of equipment, data storage, server replacement, a rural broadband consultant is also SIR. contingency fund, conference room and technology upgrades. We have recurring software and security operational expenses, creation of a network refresh for the R&R fund, Microsoft 365 and the PC fund replacement increase. And so what I think I'd like to do, Mr. Chair, with your permission, is to ask Matt to just provide some, I guess in some ways, the closing from his presentation, just to offer thoughts related to the IT capacity of the organization, some of the threats that he sees every day. In fact, he's always looking at, and his team is always looking at the vulnerability of our system, some of the security work that he's doing. And so if I could ask him just to take a couple moments to just give a quick refresh on the status of our IT network, and then we'll open it up, of course, with your permission, sir, for board members' impressions or in comments.
All right, sounds good. Go ahead, Mike.
Yes, thank you, County Manager Peru and Chair Ryan, members of the board. Just to recap from our presentation earlier last week was really just the demands on the department. Obviously, we're at the epicenter right now with technology being so important, providing services not only to our constituents, but to all of our internal staff. And, the demands are constantly changing. When I became appointed, to the CIO for Coconino County, even though we had an FTE board approval for 25 positions, we only had 18 staff members at the time. And so historically, there's been a lot of salary savings in the department in order for a lot of the bills to be paid or potentially some innovation to be implemented. But we've really had to take what we've inherited as a group and really flip it on its head, especially around governance, risk, and compliance. IT security is extremely important. And so we've never had the approval from the board or county leadership previously to prioritize these areas with additional staff. So as I mentioned previously, when we lost or had a termination or separation, or somebody moved on or moved out of state, which happens from time to time, we went ahead and reclassified those positions in order to make things work internally for the department. We never went to the board and actually got additional FTE staff specifically for IT security. We ended up taking a staff member from the service desk and also from project management. And so there's just a tremendous workload. There's so much to talk about, and I really think it's up to the board on where the board sees us heading. We obviously need money in order to be successful from a budgetary perspective, and we also need staff, and we want to invest in our workforce to be fulfilled in the work that they do, and not to feel I don't want to say undervalued, but to the point where they're exhausted, that they're constantly just in the ditch day in and day out. And we are certainly underwater more than above for our department. And so we're advocating on trying to, get the appropriate budgeting for our department and make sure that we have the right resources in place for long-term operational success, not only for FY22, but really pivoting into the future. And what does that mean? And I think there's going to be a lot of follow-up conversations, hopefully with the board and county leadership regarding, strategic priority areas. What do we want to have the best return of our investment for time? And, instead of maybe working with one particular department across the county, what can we do from an enterprise perspective that benefits all of our departments versus one? And we're continuously looking at digital transformation, looking at, being more effective in the workplace, cutting down on paper, cutting down on the storage of paper and how that impacts facilities, and just from a cost per foot perspective. And there's just a lot of need. And there's certainly significant risk that we can talk about in an executive session. I think it's an eye opener, especially over the weekend with the announcement that I sent out globally about the Colonial Pipeline. That's United States critical infrastructure at that point. This morning, there's over 1,000 gas stations that are without fuel, starting in Texas, and that's certainly going to carry on, towards New York and the Eastern corridor, or Eastern region. And so we're seeing this. It's not going away. IT security is extremely important. And at the end of the day, if we were to become compromised, we're at a standstill, right? We're not able to provide services internally. We're not able to provide services externally. And also the public reputation, of course, is also on the line. And so, just understanding, what I know it's important to you all. It's very important to me, and I'm very passionate about making sure that we stay out of the paper on negative topics. And knock on wood, we've done a phenomenal job and haven't had any incidents. But really, how do we combat this? How do we defend ourselves from a financial perspective and resource perspective? The good news is we know what needs to be done, and we've taken tremendous steps to get us there. But it's an ever-changing environment. What we do today could change tonight, and it can change tomorrow. And so it's really important that we have the right framework in place. Unfortunately, we did have a time limitation when we did present to you all, and hopefully you all had an opportunity to take a look at our packet and all of the data. I know that it's tremendous amount of information, so it might be a little bit overwhelming. Just to reiterate, one of the initiatives that we're going to kick off internally is really a storyboard, like an intranet site that can be internal and in some cases also external, to educate our citizens of how taxpayer money is being spent within the IT department, and really share the story, especially with having a new board, a new county leadership. I think it's important to see the workload visually, like all the accomplishments, all the things that have been done to date, and then also talk about, a path forward on the gap, what's still remaining, what do we need to do with the Auditor General in regards to compliance, and just making sure that we're all on the same page of, what's ahead and where we're at today. My comment about being short for time last week is there was this one last piece that we unfortunately did not get an opportunity to share. And so if it's okay, County Manager Peru and Chair Ryan, if you don't mind if I just share my screen real quickly. And I just want to show a visual of what our budget is today, the proposed budget tentatively for FY22, if that's okay. Okay, great. So what you're taking a look at here is our budget without any kind of service improvement request. So right now you're looking at 3.539 as our operational budget. Last year it was the same number right around, and then we also put in the SIRs for FY21, and that was for the same thing, the operational deficit, which is $409,000, in addition to the Microsoft licensing, which is $250,000. And that was approved last year. Again, those are more like utility bills. It's not really innovating, even though it's called an improvement request. They're really just operational expenses that we are not budgeted for. And so last year that was approved. You can see here on the chart that came out to 4.1, but right now that's not approved, right? So we're starting off at the 3.5. In the event that we are approved, it'll take us back to the 4.1. It looks like this chart is a little bit off, but the number is 4.1 here. And this basically would be a straight line in the event that it's approved. I just wanted to plant the seed, taking a look, not just at the county, but taking a look at national averages. And so I mentioned this to our finance director, Siri, and also County Manager Peru in previous meetings. And I just wanted to share it also with the board, is that based off of national industry standards, of course, this percentage can be higher or lower based off the industry. But this is a number that Gartner and a whole bunch of industries use to benchmark what does it cost for an organization to spend and invest in IT based off of their operational budget. And so in FY21, the board adopted a budget of $187,700,000 using the national average for the IT industry. And again, research and development, education, those are going to be higher. You're going to see those in the 5, 6, 7 percentile. For local government, just the national average is currently 3.28%. Using that number would total out to $6,100,056. For us to have as an operational budget that we're investing in IT. If we do get the approval from the board based off of the operational deficits, the $250,000 for Microsoft Office and the other items that County Manager Peru just mentioned, that'll take us to the 4.1, which is the same as last year. But even at that 4.1, we're actually still at a $2 million deficit based off of industry standard. And so I think this is important because depending on what the board and county leadership wants to do and what they envision, how do we picture ourselves in 5 years, in 10 years, in 15 years? We know that the demands on the IT sector are absolutely night and day compared to even 10 years ago. Systems that only required 1 or 2 servers are now requiring 5, 6, 7 servers and clusters. And in many cases, you have more servers and more responsibilities, but a lot of the time you don't get the additional resources from an FTE perspective. And so I just wanted to plant the seed in regards to this dollar amount, and then also just point out the reason too about asking for additional FTEs is just really the risks that we take as a county regarding some of our most critical enterprise applications. And I just wanted to, give a shout out to James Yates as we take a look at ERP and Munis. This is how our employees are compensated. This is our payroll system. This is how, finance operates. It's their primary tool. And right now, today, we have 1 full-time employee that manages Munis ERP from a back-end perspective, regarding systems administration. We inherited James, and we're really proud to have him be part of the information technology department. Immediately, we're looking at cross-training. There's certainly some really talented staff across the county that we could also leverage as well. Mary Tinklenberg, Erica Philpott has great knowledge. There's other staff that we could certainly leverage. But from an IT perspective, we have 1 person that's managing this enterprise program behind the scenes. And I could speak for a long time, and I know we don't have the bandwidth, this morning to do that. But there's plenty of examples across the board where we only have 1 person for a particular critical function, or in some cases 2 network engineers for the entire county. Being the second largest landmass size county in the United States, we only have 2 people that are running to and from to maintain and to work on our network infrastructure. It makes it very difficult to take the time off for staff to be able to reset when we only have 1 person, or in some cases 2. And so hopefully this kind of adds more of a visual, not just a narrative, but a visual of some of the challenges that we have. And we also understand this isn't unique to IT. We certainly agree that there's needs across the entire county, but hopefully this adds a little bit more perspective of some of the challenges in our area. And we're more than happy to answer any questions that you have at this time. So thank you.
All right, hop in and questions or comments. I'll just start off real quick on, again, IT is just so critical to every single department these days. It is, as I think Steve introduced it, more like a utility. We have underinvested over the years, trying to play catch up here and there. I think we have great opportunity to really focus ARP to help catch us up, but it's one that we also need to be vigilant with, and hopefully we can fortify that. Let's see, Vice Chair Lena Powell. Lena.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Matt and Helen and team. I really appreciate all the work that you're doing. And it's not just IT, it's also broadband. And they've taken on broadband to be able to serve the communities. So, Matt, when is it that you had first requested for these employees? How many years ago was that? And you haven't been approved for those?
Chair Ryan, Supervisor Fowler, it's a great question. So we've been requesting additional staff since I started with the department trying to rebuild. It's certainly not discrediting the previous IT leadership or the board. I mean, there's certainly a ton of different variables and factors that play into previous approvals. So we're just looking at today and into the future. But to answer your question, last year we asked for 6 FTE. We knew that wouldn't be approved, and it was a very aggressive number. I'm certain there was probably a lot of conversation of why we're asking for so many. But if you take a look at the footnotes, and there's some notes in there, it's really just to document the need. We already knew it wouldn't be approved, but we wanted to document the need because in 2024 and 25 and 26, we could go back and say, we've been requesting these additional FTEs for so many years, and this is why. And so last year, we did not receive any additional FTEs. This year, we still do need 6, to be honest, and try to rebuild and get us into a better operational status. What we had talked about prior was the FTE count in IT just in 2010, for example, was 39. Today it's 26 and a quarter. And so that's what I'm saying is changed so much between the last 10 years. The demands on IT and 10 years ago, they're certainly important, but it's completely different today. And so unfortunately, since I've been in my position, even as the deputy and then eventually as the being appointed, we have not received any additional FTE for the department, except for inheriting additional responsibility under ERP Munis, which is James Yates, which we're proud to have him on our team. But we have not received any additional resources. And we had to get creative. And thank you to Erica Philpott and her team, that when we did have vacancies and we didn't get the approval to like create an information security office, for example, we went ahead and reclassified those 2 positions in order to meet that need, but we lost 2 positions. You know, we're just stealing from ourselves internally in order to make things work. So hopefully that answers your question, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. So now the need is much greater. We're all on online, and most of our work, we have learned that we have, even with our meetings, we have to have special equipment now, and so that we can have a proper meeting with each other and the world. So I'm just thinking too that the license, I don't know how many licenses have to be purchased. We should put those licenses as a county on a automatic pay credit card or something, because that is something that is out of our control and they're very expensive. So just purchasing a software is very expensive. So how do we, maybe the county manager and IT need to get together and filter some of those costs out to really truly know the costs and to project into the future also, like we're doing with our 10-year plan budget, to make sure that those licenses are paid, computers have to be updated, all the risk management, everything has to be done, the cloud, the data center, everything. That is a whole, kind of like a facility management piece of this whole, your whole department. And every single one of us depend on you. And when something goes wrong with our computer, we go to you to say, we need a new computer, or else you revamp, you fix our computers. You do training for us to tell us how to do things. So the staff requests, I believe now, is much different. Maybe it's a lot more. We have so many risks. We know across the country, local governments have been attacked and has had a major operation interruption and security breach with the citizens' information. So IT, we really need to look at IT department to make sure that they have what they need, and the staff that they need, the professionals they need, and a position for broadband that can work with our communities and other stakeholders that they're meeting with right now. So without IT, we are always saying broadband, broadband, broadband. Where are we going to get that? Well, we waited for many years for others, private sector, to step in to do things. It didn't happen. So our own IT director and staff decided, well, this is so important for our citizens, we better write a grant. So now they've taken it on. They have such drive and initiative and care for our county and for our staff and our citizens, that they are going beyond their call of duty. So I would like to see a better budget request. I want to see how we can enhance the department and to be able to protect us and to be able to allow us to do our work so that we can be efficient in our delivery of service to our citizens. So that say thank you for your work. All of you, really, really important work. Thank you.
Others? I'm just doing round, I'm not doing round robin. I'll start that with the county attorney.
I'd like to be heard too, if I may.
Okay, go ahead, Patrice. I didn't see it. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So, obviously, we all know, especially in this last week and a half, there is no shortage of need here in the county. We were just recovering from the Great Recession. Things look pretty good. And all of a sudden, we got a worldwide pandemic. Certainly, it's very clear from all reviewing budgets that information technology truly is the epicenter of the county. It touches every single department. The only one that may touch more is finance, but and I don't know if they touch anymore either. You do touch every department, and I think investing in IT really is an investment in every department. It's really a concern of how much, quite frankly. I do agree that that 409 deficit for operational expenses shouldn't be a one-time expense. That should be put in the reoccurring expenses. I'm not sure why that was done last year. I wasn't here, but I think it is a reoccurring expense and it should be included in a reoccurring expense. I have spent a long time representing people in municipalities and private businesses, healthcare institutions, educational institutions. And I will tell you, the last 5 years, I have been working on malware and ransomware and concerns that these municipalities and businesses and healthcare institutions are all dealing with. And I give you and your department great kudos for your high level of IT security. Sometimes I have to tell you, I'm not happy about it, but I have to say I understand it and I give you a lot of kudos for it. It's really important. And we all know that it is, if we lose it, and this happens to us, it's going to cost us a lot more in the back end than it would be to invest in the front end. We may not be able to get all the bells and whistles we want. And I love technology. I got to tell you, I love all the bells and whistles. And we aren't going to be able to do that because it's a balancing act. And much like our chair, I really do look at the ARP. I think it's a great opportunity for us to get caught up. I certainly am hopeful that we will be able to carve out what we need to bring Coconino County not only in the 21st century, but to allow us to proceed. Helping you helps the county, it helps our citizens, and it helps every department. So thanks, Matt, and your staff for everything you do. Really appreciate it.
All right, and we're going to have to get to the county attorney soon, but quickly, Judy or Veronica?
I just want to say, oops.
Go ahead, Judy.
Ladies first.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you, Matt, and your staff for doing presentation to us today. Certainly, we need to look in terms of the 21st century of broadband, and this year you are part of that, and you do touch every department's daily routines as far as getting their equipment set up or ordered, or even making sure that they're operable. So there are RP dollars here that we might be tapping into, and certainly you would have to have adequate staff in order to ensure that your operation is smooth operation. And then also it's good that you are exploring digital transformation, because that's very important too. And also looking at the savings from the previous years, I think that was a good thing that happened. And then also investing. We need to invest as board members, because this is something other than finance, that everybody resorts to. And if we don't have the proper tools and equipment, So we need to look at upgrading a lot of these equipment and programs, softwares, whatever it may be. And then including the license, how do we save costs on licensures? And I know those things cost a lot of money. And certainly, cross training of your staff is very, very important because, people, sometimes staff, look at other positions and you have to look at that and making sure that, there's proper training across the board. So I do agree that, we should have recurrent expenses, for certain areas within the budget, because a one-time thing is not, it just kind of cuts off services. And so we're looking at working out for everyone within the county, and that part of the job that IT has is making sure that we're all connected. And as far as the county, Coconino County is involved. So thank you very much for you and your staff. You do a lot of work, and we call and you're here instantly. Your staff are here and they're very well experienced, and they're very passionate about their jobs. And also, they make sure that it's operable before they even leave your office, and they do follow the call. So I thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to allow the staff to be coming to and training us also as board members. So thank you very much, Matt.
Hieronymus?
Yes, I just wanted to first off, thank you and your department for keeping us up in the 21st century. Having endured a malware attack when I worked at FUSD back in 2019, I can fully appreciate the efforts that you put into security, and definitely want to help fund as much as possible to avoid any of those kind of attacks here at the county. So I'm really encouraged with what we're seeing and the proposals, and I'm looking forward to seeing how we can be creative and support IT efforts, because as my colleagues have mentioned, IT is really the center linchpin of everything that the county is doing, especially right now during the pandemic. So thank you for your hard work, and look forward to seeing how we can support. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Very quickly, I know we're running short on time. Many years ago, I was downstairs in a budget hearing, and the then IT director reported that he was actually shopping for network equipment on eBay to get a good price. Everyone on the board turned and looked at me like, really, Steve? I'll let you know, that's not what we're doing. We're not the Grinch that stole Christmas. We have got some substantial investments outlined for IT. We're looking at ARP funding as well. We've got $1 million reserved for the creation of an R&R refresh fund. And so I can assure you, we're looking at all of the investments that we possibly can. We do have a limitation on recurring funding. And so, well, good to ask, well, why isn't this part of the, we know we're going to pay it every year. Why wouldn't we categorize it as recurring? It really is just the shortage of recurring funding each year, which means that we have a guaranteed source for that revenue every year. And so, but I can assure you that, we're taking all the necessary steps that we can to mitigate risk, to work with the staffing we have, and of course, working with Matt and his team. But I just wanted to footnote the discussion here with that. Thank you.
All right, well, we're running over here. And so we need to just set up right away. Need to go ahead and bring our county attorney, Bill Ring, in to make sure Bill has all his people as well.
Let's see, I saw Bill. Let's see, Claire, can you see if Bill's in the attendee and promote him to the panel?
Yes, they are all promoted. We have County Attorney Ring, Jane, as well as Janice, and that is who is supposed to be promoted. So we're ready to begin.
I didn't see Bill on the panel. I see him on the attendee list.
Yeah.
There we go. I'm sorry. He must be hopping in and out.
Okay.
There he is. There he's just
County Manager Peru, can I just make a real quick statement while Bill's joining?
very quickly, Matt.
Yeah, real quick. I just want to say thank you to Helen Costello and Melanie Gordon and all of the talented and diverse workforce within IT. Without everybody, we're only as good as our team. And I just wanted to highlight all their hard work. So have a great day, and thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt. All right. Bill, we needed to run over a little bit on IT follow-up that we had. But, absolutely, we definitely want to provide you all the time that you need as we have outlined here. And I want to welcome you. And, basically what we've been doing is, the department overview, the funding requests, as you've prioritized, and then we get into the board question and answer. You're always looking in an innovative way of what you're doing, and you have a lot of demands, which we've all been talking about. So we really look forward to your presentation. And I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to you right away. And please introduce your people.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors, County Manager, Mr. Peru. Of course, I'm Bill Ring. I'm your elected county attorney. And joining me on our budget team is Jane Nicoletti Jones.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, he needs to speak up.
Bill, we can barely hear you, or I can, Patrice is agreeing. If you could turn up your volume. Thank you.
I don't know that I'm the one who turns up my volume, but I'll try to speak louder. And if you can't hear me, it's important to communicate through Zoom, and Zoom can be kind of clunky at times. So let me know if I'm not communicating, but I'll be as loud as I can without shouting at you.
It works, Bill. You're doing fine. All right.
Great. Well, part of our budget team I was just introducing is Jane Nicoletti Jones. She's my chief deputy. She's been with the county for more than 10 years now. Has vast experience in both criminal and civil law, and working at other counties, including Maricopa and then Coconino. With me also is Janice Bradley. She's our budget manager. She came on to the county attorney's office in this last year, but she has years of experience with other departments in Coconino County. What I wanted to do in terms of introducing you or reintroducing you to our mission and our values here in the county attorney's office. Our mission statement is really composed of 3 parts. The first part is an overall view of the work of our office, that we preserve and protect the community's sense of justice and fairness. Then underneath of that statement are 2 additional statements. One addresses the criminal division and one addresses the civil division. So far as our criminal mission goes, the statement proceeds to say, when injustice occurs, you can count on us to pursue remedies that are just and fair and reasoned and complete. Just and fair and reasoned and complete. But you all know that in Arizona, we're not like district attorneys whose only mission is to prosecute cases. We are county attorneys. And as county attorneys, we provide civil advice to you and to, quite frankly, 37 other types of entities. School districts, fire districts, health district, jail district, road taxing district, flood control district, jail district, and then finally we get to the Board of Supervisors, which is you all when you sit composed as supervisors and not directors of those other districts that I mentioned. So in terms of our civil mission, what we say is that we contribute certainty and stability to our local governments every day in the advice we offer and the services that we deliver. So that's an overall presentation of our mission, and we stick to that. That's what we do day in, day out. We are 47 people, all right? We are 22 attorneys and 25 support staff. Now, when we talk about our attorney assignments, we are 15 attorneys who practice on the criminal side of the mission. When we're fully employed, we're 15. We've got vacancies. When we're operating in our civil side, we're 5 lawyers. We've got vacancies there as well. And then administration is the 2 lawyers, Jane Nicoletti Jones and myself. So that's what amounts to 22 lawyers. Much of the work, however, is performed by our support staff. We have administrative staff, and then we also have paralegals, legal assistants, media redactionists, intake, a variety of other structures. You know, if you take a look at our organizational chart, you'll see, you know, the structure of the many other positions that are a function of the county attorney's office to get the mission done. You know, interestingly, the National Center for State Courts did a study commissioned by the Board of Supervisors and headed by the presiding judge to evaluate the staffing of a variety of criminal justice partners, including the county attorney's office. At one point, they reported that we were 64 employees. We wish we were 64 employees. We're actually 47. And then once we tried to correct that number, we still wound up with a falsely inflated number of the number of FTEs in the county attorney's office. So we're 47. But we, you know, when we compose our budget, we can't sustain for the workload that we have at 47 employees. So you'll see SIRs in our request to get to a staffing level that we think we need to perform our mission. Now, I wanted to talk to you about how this budget was put together, and then talk to you about some of the specifics of the work that we do. You know, I really appreciate having been present for the last 30 minutes to see Matt Fowler's budget discussion. You know, we depend on Matt every day. And as we start to shift the modality, the mode in which we do our work from being physically present in different places, transporting ourselves to Williams or Fredonia or Page, we start thinking about transitioning our mode to technology and virtual. We need investment in that infrastructure. We need investment in training. But we are shifting in that direction. And so departments like Matt Fowler's department at IT is what you might think of as essential infrastructure. It's just essential. It's like, you know, brick and mortar. It's like the buildings that we occupy, the floor space that we have. IT is as important to us, you know, as the chairs that we sit on every day. But putting a department budget together is different than putting a constitutional officer's budget together. You know, our constitutional officers, all of us who are constitutional officers, are elected at the ballot to perform a specific function. That's not the Board of Supervisors' function, it's the county attorney's function. Right? And so when we sit down and strategize about how to compose a budget, what we look at is the essential mission that I described to you, the statutes, which are, by the way, in the books that are behind me. This is the complete Arizona Revised Statutes, and functions of the county attorney's office appear from Title I to Title 49. When we look at trying to perform all those essential functions, we compose a budget. We put together what our ask is, and it's composed of salaries, which we talk of in terms of FTEs, but it's also composed of operating budget, you know, the types of materials we need to enable our people to accomplish the complete mission. And so when we put it together, I, as an independently elected constitutional officer, the county attorney, are saying to the Board of Supervisors, this is the budget that I need to complete my elected mission, right? And so we don't game this budget. We don't ask for more than we need. We ask for what we need, right? That's the responsibility that I have ultimately, you know, as the elected official. I am telling you what it is that I need to accomplish the mission that I have. And so composed in the budget, are necessities. It's not a wish list, and I'm not conceding that we won't get what we're asking for. What I'm saying is that we're asking for what we need. And then we can go through a discussion of what those things are, and we can explain to you why they are important. There are a few things that I wanted to describe to you before we get into specific details. And they're identified in our submission. These are the forces at work that we see where we need to put our pressure points on to get this particular job done. We have a commitment to, let's talk first of all about COVID. Supervisor Horseman, yes, COVID. Well, I want you to know that a pandemic is something that happens perhaps in a generation, or it skips a generation. For whatever reason, it landed in our term in office. We never stopped working. We never stopped prosecuting cases. We never stopped providing civil advice. We just adapted. We found a way to work, even in a remote setting, in a virtual setting, outside the office, and we delivered a level of service that maintained that community sense of justice and fairness, and we delivered civil advice to all our civil clients. So we never stopped working. But what COVID did was, it taught us how to adapt. It accelerated the adaptation of technology into the workplace. And it just brought it forward by maybe 10 years' time. If we had waited for a natural evolution of the way that we work, we would eventually get into this technological space. We would slowly and gradually start doing things more often in a virtual setting than we do, say, eyeball to eyeball in a court setting. But COVID brought that all forward very quickly. One thing that we did, and this was, we were just blessed by it, but we implemented a software program called Prosecutor by Carpel, and the defense community, the public defender and legal defender, adopted Defense by Carpel. But it is a software case file management system that allows us to be in different places and still have access to the file information we need to do our work. We instituted that. I think we got that finished in about August. And then and we're still, working out the kinks. I mean, it's a little clunky, but we're working through those pieces. That was in August, and then come November, December, we started to see COVID emerge. We made that transition into a software system that really helped us find our footing and our balance when we had to deploy remotely. And then having that VPN connection through IT, that secure connection to our file management, allowed us to be really nimble in time of COVID. The net result, we've done some amazing things actually being remotely deployed. We're trying criminal cases in justice courts remotely. And this is actually, I think, to the satisfaction of certain defendants. Take the criminal speeding case in Fredonia, up on those roads with tourists who are here from Ohio. We've got a misdemeanor our lead misdemeanor prosecutor has tried remote criminal cases with defendants who seem to be pleased not to have to come back out to Arizona from Ohio to get 30 minutes of a judge's time to adjudicate their cases. And so we're starting to see this emergence of a virtual setting and virtual technology. Just it's a footnote, the state of Texas made a very major shift into technology for their court proceedings and their case management. And they've done over 1 million incidents of virtual settings. for their civil and their criminal courts. And so this is actually a direction that we can head. I'm a strong advocate of this migration to the virtual setting. And it really serves our geography really well when you think about how, how far flung we are with justice courts in Fredonia and Page and Williams, and of course our own here in Flagstaff. So COVID led us into that virtual setting. I've got to tell you, however, that when it comes to the Superior Court, there is a backlog of cases. We can think of it as a backlog. It's generally reported that in an ordinary year in our past, the highest number of criminal trials that we've ever conducted as a court system was 17 criminal trials in a year. Right now, we have settings for 77 criminal trials. So 17, 77, right? That's a really big gap. That's a big delta. We can think of it as a backlog, right? That's going to be a burden that we're going to have to work through. I mean, we're going to have to work through it as a system, but I can tell you in the county attorney's office, we're postured, leaning forward, we're ready to do that work. And technology, virtual settings are one of the ways, the tools that we can utilize to get the court's business done, to get the business of the county attorney's office done. So I want to tell you that I'm a strong advocate of virtual settings to the maximum extent feasible. Right now, there's pushback on that, of course. The defense community is entitled to their constitutional right to confrontation. We need to know what that is. Is confrontation really an eyeball-to-eyeball experience? Or is a Zoom setting sufficient for confrontation? That's something that's going to be litigated. The other pushback that we see, resistance, frankly, comes from the courts who, for the right reasons, I think, believe that when they're, say, sentencing a defendant for an offense that was that resulted in a conviction, that it's just more efficacious. It has more impact when you have the live person standing in front of you to receive the adjudication of that offense. And finally, you've got victims as well. And one of the things that we've seen as a trend line in criminal justice is that the victim is actually becoming, in a sense, the third party in the courtroom. They're entitled to their own counsel. We've had a couple of decisions that have come from the Supreme Court in the last year that empower the victim to participate in criminal prosecution. And that's really going to change the shape of the criminal adjudications, maybe even the physical space of the courtroom with the rooms that we do have, because we're so close and so compact in space that to put the victim and the perpetrator in close proximity to each other is not favored. So we've got to take a look at the participation of the victim in these cases, but we've got a backlog of cases that we're going to have to work off. I'm telling you, we're prepared to do that, but we can't ask our people who are already working at 100% to do 150% of effort. What we need are more people. We need more people to do these kinds of jobs. We have tasked our workforce to the limit, right? To the limit. And when I talk anecdotally to people in the office, a salary increase, even of a modest amount, is not going to entice people to work more than they're capable of working, right? To do overtime until they're overdriven, right? Or to, frankly, hire temporary people on a permanent basis. Right? This is not the way to run the county attorney's office. Right? We are at the point where we need to add FTEs to the county attorney's office to do the mission, but especially to do the mission when we've got a backlog to work off. And believe me, when we start talking about when we move from 17 criminal settings to trying to work off a backlog of 77 cases, that work effort is going to take years to accomplish. It's not going to be done by the end of this fiscal year, right? It's going to extend into the next fiscal year and the one after that, right? So please, I really want to inform you and ask you to carefully consider not demanding more of our people in order to get the job done, right? When we put forward a budget that includes FTEs, our presumption is that we're operating at 100% full employment 100% of the time. Right? We don't factor in that we're going to have vacancies that are going to generate salary savings, right? I mean, to put salary savings as a priority is really misplaced, right? We can't balance a budget with salary savings. We need 100% employment 100% of the time. That's how we put our budget together. That's our ask. It's our ask every year. So when we talk about case flow management and managing cases in the operations of this office, we presume that we're fully employed. Now, one of the things that we've had a particular difficulty with, and this is true, I think, across the entire platform, all the departments, is not just retention. We do a pretty good job in our office of retention. Recruitment is the hardest part, right? And we have vacancies that endure, not because the Vacancy Review Board made them endure. We have vacancies that endure because we have difficulty recruiting people into the community. This is a wonderful place to live, but anybody who's been paying attention to housing prices lately knows that just to secure the fundamentals, like a place to live, like the cost of food, the cost of transportation, getting a spouse to locate with you in the community, bringing kids along into the community. We have a great school district, but we have a very expensive place to live. And so the value proposition for our potential recruitees into the office, though we're a wonderful place to work and we pitch it high and we pitch it hard, when people take the practical realities of life in this community, the ability to recruit is really something that we experience every day. So we have a vacancy in the civil division attorney. We have vacancy in the criminal division attorney for misdemeanor prosecution. We have vacancies at the staff level. And now we have more work to perform as a result of not only backlog, but frankly, a chronic underemployment because budgets are not approved for the FTEs that we need. And not the ones we ask for, the ones we need. Right? And so there's been this sort of chronic paralysis in the addition of the workforce to our justice services. And I'm asking you to correct for that today. So we can talk about some of the innovative strategies that we have perhaps at the end of the discussion, but I'd like to take the opportunity at this point to turn to our specific SIR asks. And to do that, I'd like to call upon Janice Bradley in our office, our budget manager, and there's Janice, to describe two of the SIRs, the first being overtime increase, and the second being temp wage increase. Now, again, I want to start with the comment made that we shouldn't be running this office on overtime. Nonetheless, because we do, we have these asks to make. So Janice, can you present those 2 items for us, please?
Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Janice Bradley, and I'm going to go ahead and present the SIR for overtime wages and temp wages. Thank you. Chair and members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. Like Bill said, we have several SIRs, 6 SIRs, and I think I just wanted to reiterate that, as we go through these SIRs, you'll see a common theme that we do have a deficit in our staff coverage and in our funding for this staff, and also in our operating budget for these staff to do their jobs efficiently. As you know, I'm new to the county attorney's office, so I'm learning firsthand, some of these issues, and I just wanted to second that, a lot of these SIRs are needed, and I hope that, they will be considered for approval, because, we are robbing Peter to pay Paul, and I know it was mentioned by Matt also that we're stealing from ourselves internally to cover some of these deficits. So, that shouldn't be one of our practices. We need to, make sure that our staff is covered fully. And a lot of our staff, we have several staff that are covered by grants that are, very variable and unstable and unpredictable at this point because of, the revenue going down in some in our state agencies. We have about 410,000 of our salaries covered by grants. So, this is something that, we need to look at also going forward. But the overtime wages, like Bill said, we do, we're short with staff. So a lot of our staff are having to do overtime. And the county attorney's office has never had a budget for overtime since, as far as I can see, back to FY16 and beyond that. So this ask is for overtime wages for recurring of $16,198, and this would cover the overtime wages and the benefits for these staff. We can't continue to overwork our staff and use these overtime wages, but like I said, we've never had these wages available to us, and I've been in finance and facilities and other departments, and they do have budgets for these items to cover emergencies, and like we had the COVID pandemic, and we had to keep open 2 attorney positions to cover some of these overtime wages and temp wages also. I'll cover the SIR for the temp wages, but temp overtime wages totaled 19,000 as of today. So, keeping 2 attorney positions over to cover this, and then temp wages also totaled 55,000 back in February. So we're slowly bringing that down with keeping 2 attorney positions open. And then, that leads to us having to try to fill those positions, and it gets difficult, trying to find those positions, those people for those positions. So the overtime wages, our ask is recurring for $16,198. And then I'll move on to the temp wages. The temp wages, although we need it to cover in other areas, we are looking to use the temp wages for our summer law clerk program, which will help us to find future attorneys for our office. And this program would total, let's see, the program would total 16,587, but our ask is for recurring 4,000 for to cover that small deficit there. And the law clerks would work in the summer for 12 weeks. And like I said, this is a program looking to recruit for our future attorneys. And if you see the SIR, we do have testimonials in there from former participants. And one is actually one of our is a current attorney right now, Mr. Barker. So as you can see, this program is working and has worked, and we would like to continue this program going forward. And that's about it for the overtime wages and the temp wages.
Well, thank you, Janice. And I think one of the things you picked up on is something I was glad you mentioned. It was what Matt Fowler said about stealing from ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
We just can't operate on temps and overtime as if, that stuff is for an emergency, right? But we're not in constant emergency mode, right? We got to get out of that running a constant fire drill here, right? And as you point out, that temp funding has recruited us more than one attorney. In fact, Mr. Barker, one of our lead attorneys was once a summer clerk. Mr. Rashensky. Now we just hired a new Mr. Stanley, new lawyer. I mean, comes from our pool of prior clerks. So, this is a recruiting strategy. The second area that I'd like to turn to in terms of SIR supervisors is a media redactionist. And so, you might recall that there was a time when there was no video, police video of events and occurrences. And, you go all the way back to Rodney King in LA. There was some video, but police did not have body cam video. Well, fast forward to today, many law enforcement agencies do have body cam video. Rodney King was one example where it wasn't present, but George Floyd is an example where body cam was very important. And so it's been a trend in law enforcement. There's various vendors who will sell into the marketplace body cam. In fact, the Board of Supervisors recently approved the purchase, I think, of 164 or 165 additional body cams for the Sheriff's Department. Well, that's fine until you've got to do something with that data. All that video gets reduced to data, then it goes up to the cloud and it's terabytes of data. But you don't collect it just to collect it. You collect it for the purpose of eventually using it someday when it becomes important. So when it comes down out of the cloud, it usually comes down out of the cloud in the instance of a criminal investigation where the state, that's us, the county attorney's office, has to disclose that information to the accused. Right? The accused is entitled not only to the evidence, but to all the information that we might have that can reflect upon the evidence. So we get body cam. Now, body cam just doesn't get turned over to the defense. It's got to be filtered by our office, right? And we filter it for the purpose of victim rights, right? We don't disclose child identities. We don't disclose victim identities. We've got to suppress that from the disclosure that we do make. So you all invested in this video cam, but when that data comes out, it's got to go through our office. And that workload just increased almost exponentially. And when I mean exponential, I mean this. When you've got a response from law enforcement to a scene of a crime, it's not one officer who might show up. It's 3, 4, 5. I recall some years ago, we had a riot in the downtown of Flagstaff that was like an all hands on deck response. And so all of Flag PD came to that location. Now this is Flag PD with video. We're going beyond Coconino here. Well, all those officers had their cameras on. We had 9, 10, 12 officers with video of the same event from different angles at the same period of time. That's what I mean by exponential. It's not one-on-one, an officer and an incident. It's an incident and multiple officers, and that video has to be redacted in real time. You can't fast forward through it to try to redact because you'll miss stuff. So when you approve that request for video, you have to look downstream to see who's going to process that. And who processes it? The county attorney's office. All right, so the media redaction specialist is directly tied to the appropriation that you authorized for the cameras that went to CCSO. It's also driven by what other law enforcement agencies decide as their practice. For instance, if DPS comes along and body cams their officers, if Flag PD body cams their officers, and then we've got Page and Williams. So this media redactionist is constitutionally essential because the right we're protecting is the victim's right. So there's really no way around this SIR. There's no way around it. And that constitutes the SIR for the media redactionist. And then I'm going to turn to Jane. If you can, Jane, please discuss the civil assistant and then also the 2 intake specialists. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Ryan and Vice Chair Fowler and the rest of the board. It's nice to meet you all. Some of you I've met, some of you I haven't. One of our SIRs this year is again a request for a civil team legal assistant. It sounds so innocuous, doesn't it? If you have our materials available to you at this moment, I'd like you to take a look at page 11 of those materials. There's a photograph there of 2 of our employees, 2 young women professionals. And if you look at that picture at the bottom of the page, the young lady on the right-hand side is the entire support team for the civil division of the county attorney's office in Coconino County. Her name is Vanessa Arvisu. Vanessa has been with us a few years. In this last year, she lost both of her parents to COVID. And she took some time and regrouped and came back. And she has been working in our civil unit. Earlier, I read on the Coconino County Sway a statement by Vice Chairperson Fowler, where she compared our workforce to a team of draft horses pulling a wagon in the sand. Well, let me add that they're pulling it upstream. They're pulling it uphill, okay? So you're looking at 2 of those draft horses. And in this case, our civil unit assistant is pulling by herself. We have a paralegal who's assisting the lawyers, but it is this young woman who is carrying the burden. Bill told you earlier that our office represents 73 different entities on the civil side. Most of us believe that the county attorney's office just represents the county, but let me tell you, we represent the guidance center on every Title 36 proceeding. We represent individuals who are trying to adopt children. It's an incredible breadth of practice. There's a lot of litigation practice involved. We appear in all the state courts, we appear in federal courts, appellate courts, bankruptcy courts, and administrative hearings. As you might expect, all of that generates paper. Some of it's digital now, but the documents still have to be generated and processed. It's a tremendous amount of volume that crosses the desk of our one draft horse. And it's really an unfair burden to put on her. We have asked her, and she has given every time we've asked. But whoever fills that position would be in the same mire. It's way too much for one person. We can't ask her to do overtime because she's already working above and beyond. We've tried to get her some help with a temp, but temps are, as their name implies, only temporary, and that temp has now moved on. So this is a crucial position for you as the Board of Supervisors because our civil team supports you directly. We have to do 100% of your work 100% of the time, along with everything else those other clients of ours generate that are statutorily mandated representation. And so I'd like you to consider the fact that while we have a position open to fill for a lawyer, we have no position open to fill to support those lawyers. And we really have to have that to keep up the quality and the quantity of the work that we're doing. And I'd like to tell you that we have planned for this position in conjunction with HR. A year and a half ago, we restructured the administrative side of our office, and we no longer have a senior manager. We gave up that position in favor of having Janice as our business manager and having an in-house administrative manager. But with the savings from the salary differential in reclassifying that position, we have essentially covered part of the cost of getting a civil legal assistant. And we did this strategically with consultation with HR so that we could be in a position to ask for this again and come to you and say we've already tried to pay for some of it out of our existing budget. And so as you consider this SIR, I'd ask you to go back to page 11 and look at that picture because without that young lady, our lawyers would be spending their time trying to generate and file documents. And that's not where you want to spend your money. It's an inefficient use of the county's money. So I'd ask you to consider helping out that young woman, but also helping yourselves so that we can get your work done in a quick and efficient and professional manner. The other matter that Bill has asked me to talk to you about is our request for intake specialists. What the heck is that? An intake specialist in our office right now is the person who has to feed the machine. Bill talked to you about how we have switched to a digital management system prosecuted by Carpel. In the old days, which wasn't that long ago, we would intake paper, and the paper would be distributed by people to different people's desks, and they would do things to the paper. Well, now what's coming into our office is coming in digital format. It's coming from the court, every minute entry, every order. It's coming as correspondence. It's coming as email. It's coming as filings. It's all coming into the office digitally. In addition, all of our police agencies that we deal with are either submitting their police reports to our criminal side digitally, or they're still coming with paper and we have to scan it and make it digital because that's the way we manage our practice. So our intake specialists, they're the opening to the system. Everything that comes in the office has to be digitized and categorized. And again, it sounds like a relatively simple thing. Hey, this is a letter. Hey, this is an order from the court. But you may remember, I mean, some of us are of a vintage, that when we used to go to the library, we'd go to the card catalog and everything was cataloged by number. Remember the Dewey Decimal System? Remember that? Okay, well, you had to have a librarian there, a professional who knew the system, or you'd never find that book again, right? It just disappeared. Well, our intake specialists have to have that level of expertise in understanding what's crossing the threshold so that it can be properly categorized and now filed digitally. Because if you think it's a nightmare trying to find a misfiled sheet of paper, try to find a misfiled digital document in a massive database. It's as good as gone. So we're not talking about inexperienced or young clerks who can just take something in, put a stamp on it and put it in a basket. We need professionals who are not temps, who will take the time to learn our system and enhance the system that we've invested in, not only for us, but for the public defender, the legal defender, the courts, the clerk's office, the sheriff's office, and all of the police departments that we interact with. These positions are essential. Before we bought PBK, we went to other offices that had it already, and we asked, how did you make the best use of this system? How did you make a transition? And they each had to go to a system of intake with this level of expertise involved. And we need to do the same thing. And that's the basis for this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you very much. I want to give Jane's presentation a little bit of context for you, because it's not just the number of cases, but every case will have multiple points of intake. But let me talk to you about numbers. In 2020, the pandemic year is not a great year for data, right? Because it's just so contrary to the ordinary. But let me give you some data points in support of the need for this position. In 2020, we received 2,168 felony charging requests, all right? We charged 1,828 felonies. Misdemeanor complaints were 2,483. The juvenile system received 323 cases. Our specialty courts, we had 117 cases in drug court. We had 14 cases in the mental health deferred prosecution program. We had 13 cases in the Veterans Court program. We have 8,536 open felony cases, right? And we have 1,257 future court dates. That's the case management of all the individual cases, the 8,000 or more cases that are open. An intake specialist is a contact point for every one of those cases, as Jane was explaining, flow into the office, right? They don't come in the office and just get deposited here, they get processed. And every case generates points of contact along the case management continuum, right? So this is volume. This is volume. And the one way we manage a backlog is with velocity. We address volume with velocity. And so we need to adapt by putting people in the right positions to meet that challenge. And so I really thank Jane for her presentation. The last SIR I have on here has to do with an operating budget adjustment. All right, and so this is a structural problem that we have with the way that we budget and finance as a county. It's an institutional issue. In the past, prior to the adoption of Munis as a back office finance program for Coconino County, our department was presented with the budget that we asked for, right? And from that budget, $5.5 million, $5.4 million, we would pay FTEs and we would pay all the operating costs, back office costs for operating this office. And at times we would have salary savings because someone would create a vacancy. They would move on for the right reasons and we would be recruiting and hiring. But in the meantime, our budget would have a savings for the salary that we're not paying while we wait to replace that individual. And with that, under the old system, with that salary savings, we would pay some of the back office operational costs. With the adoption of Munis a few years ago, a filter was installed into the way we think about munis, where we could not pour over our salary savings to pay for our operational expenses. We had to ask for permission. Well, what's happened is that we have generated a deficit on the operating side of our budget, the back office side of our budget. And when we are unable to pour over our salary savings to pay for our operational expenses, we run a deficit that cannot be covered. Right? Now, there's also something called a perverse incentive. And perverse incentive just means a bad incentive to run vacancies, right? To create vacancies and have those vacancies endure so that we can cover the deficit on our operational side, right? It's an artificial creation. Remember at the beginning when I was talking about 100% employment, 100% of the time? That's our expectation. But we've created over time this institutional problem. And the institutional problem is that we've got to allow vacancies to endure to cover our operational deficits. And that is just fundamentally wrong. And so what I asked Janice to do, and this took some time for Janice because she's getting acquainted not only with the office, but with our operational side of the office, is to try to add up the operational deficit that we have, and then to true up our budget so that we're actually covering our operational expenses without creating the perverse incentive to run vacancies longer than they need to endure to cover our operations. And so what Janice did that, and she's come up with a figure that would true up our operational costs. Now, two things. Our operational costs have not been trued up in over 10 years, if I recall. Well, let's just say 8 years. We have not trued up our operational costs. But just like in the discussion with Matt Fowler, one of the things we've seen operational increases in is, say, software licenses, right? We've moved more towards, technology as a remedy for the way that we do our jobs. Our Westlaw research, we've gotten rid of our library subscriptions to go to Westlaw, right? So we're online doing our legal research. But Westlaw increases their license every year according to a schedule. PBK, it's operated by a license. PBK license will escalate according to a schedule. It's like inflation, right? And so what we've seen is operational cost increases without an adjustment to operational budget and with a reliance on us creating vacancies to pay for operations, which is just backwards way of thinking about how to run an office. And so this SIR about operational budget adjustment is to true up our operational expenses to match the reality of being a county attorney's office, right? And so we had to make the ask. It's a necessary ask. Operational costs are increasing. They increase with inflation. They increase by contract, by agreement. And so we need a correction on the operational side. We talked about temps and overtime. Well, we just can't allow vacancies to endure. Our presumption is 100% employment, 100% of the time, right? And so we've got to get rid of this idea of creating artificial vacancies to pay for operational deficits. That's the purpose for the SIR. So those are a wrap on our SIRs. I wanted to end by talking about something optimistic, and then we're available for questions. We talk about case backlogs. We talk about trying to be innovative and creative. We've created diversion courts as mechanisms for dealing with people who might have the ability to correct some of the stressors in their life that lead to criminal behavior. Oftentimes criminal behavior isn't an end. It's really symptomatic of something else, right? It could be, you know, that, let me take the theft from the Circle K. I like to use this illustration. And in fact, I prosecuted a case like this. An individual had stolen a hot dog and a Rockstar energy drink from the Circle K in Page. Right? And the offense really didn't amount to more than $5. But it had been this individual's 56th misdemeanor offense. 56. His criminal history had 56 incidents of just low-level criminal behavior. But when you think about, I mean, we could prosecute that case. And if we don't have an alternative, we will. But when you think about causation, a person steals food because they're hungry, right? A person trespasses because they're homeless. A person will act out in public, some type of civil disorder or criminal behavior or disorder because they have a mental illness. We see people who are chronically underemployed or unemployed. So there's these social stressors that create criminal behavior, but the behavior is only a symptom of something bigger than that, right? And so when we talk about diversion and deflection, we're talking about trying to get at root cause, particularly of recidivism. And there are studies that have been done in the local community where a small number of people are driving an extraordinary cost and burden upon the criminal justice system. If we can address those stressors, we can deleverage, relieve the criminal justice system of inputs, you know, into the system. So sometimes we talk about the intercept model. You know, the zero intercept, the point in time right before a criminal event occurs. What could we do to deflect an individual from committing that offense? Well, we've got to back up in time and start addressing some of these social stressors that eventually lead, if you don't intervene, they eventually lead to criminal behavior. And then we become involved in an arrest, a booking, the assignment of a public defender, the assignment of a case to an attorney, an appearance in front of a judge, the cost of jail stay, and then the interventions that follow after that. And so for a little bit of input at the zero intercept, at the front end, you save an extraordinary amount of cost at the back end. Right? And there's just certain situations where the criminal justice system is the last tool in the box. And not the best tool for addressing a situation. It's just the default tool. We just default to the criminal justice system. So deflection and diversion is about the zero intercept. It's about not putting inputs into the criminal justice system. A little bit of investment in observing behavior as a health condition, not a criminal condition, is a way of perhaps, quite frankly, dealing with a backlog. You know, if we can reduce the number of inputs, we can reduce the amount of attention that we've got to give cases and persons in the criminal justice system. So, you know, I'm very optimistic about our work in this area. It's innovative. There are a few jurisdictions around the country. Seattle is one of them who are working on trying to do this zero intercept model of behavior. It actually takes criminal incidents and treats them through a health district as opposed to through a criminal system. So we've got a bill that has passed through the legislature. It will provide funding for that type of investment. I'm hopeful for it. The governor hasn't received it or signed it. It's really part of the budget. I'm very thankful to CSA and to this Board of Supervisors for supporting that effort. I really want to thank you very much. If we actually receive authorization for that funding, we will begin designing a system that we can invest in. And this is a way of looking at behavior in our community more as a health condition than a criminal condition. I'm optimistic. We don't have that funding yet. We don't have that tool in place. But should we get the funding, we will invent and create the tool. With that, I really would rely upon, the testimony of my colleagues from the county attorney's office. In our budget submission, all 35 pages of it, we want to get to yes, but I'm happy to take then questions from the board or from staff about the submission that the county attorney's office has made. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bill. Great opportunity, not just to read through your submission, but to hear it from you, and helping all of us, understand the detail, the specific elements that what a person might assume. So certainly appreciate it. First, we'll go to the county attorney, and after that, we'll swing through each board member. Okay. Go ahead, Steve.
Oh, county manager. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Just a couple of comments on the SRs that have been requested. The positions that have been requested, the redaction specialist, the legal assistant, and the intake specialists, excuse me. At the tail end of this and starting tomorrow when we start to debrief on all of the various improvement requests, we're going to also be identifying a strategy to look at many of the requests that have come through the justice system in the form of SRRs, and to create a bundle, if you will, to be considered for ARP funding. We certainly have, I believe, substantial investments in this area that we feel are justified when you look at the impact of COVID and its impact on all systems, including the justice system. And so we'll be looking at those positions within that context. Probably at the same time looking at operating expenses. And so I guess my word to you will be that we'll be bundling, as I said, many of the justice related requests for ARP consideration as an appropriate use of those dollars and the purposes therefore. I do want to say that recently County Attorney Ring and I had a good conversation, and I too share his enthusiasm and optimism when we look at deflection and diversion and the opportunities that we can do more within the community so that we can prevent individuals to make that choice that they should not have made that entered them into the system. At the same time, my discussions with our judges, they too need resources in the community to refer to as conditions of sentencing. And so again, another reliance on our nonprofit partners throughout all of our communities and the role that they play in that area as well. And so again, I believe that we'd be able to address many of the SIRs that have been shown to you today through the ARP funding going forward, just given the fact that this is going to be a several fiscal year journey when we get to the number of cases, 17 versus 77 that are destined for trial. So those would be my thoughts, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Steve. And yeah, I called you the county attorney. I'm sorry. So actually, Bill, a piece of this is you're right. We push money around to try and make things work, but often it's temporary, and or you're feeding on the limited that you have. We are attempting to true up the budget. We're not going to be able to fix everything immediately, but we are. And looking at the recommendations from the county manager, from Steve, we are looking at the increase in overtime, the increase in your operating costs, as well as the temporary wages. So, that's filling those gaps. We also, we hear you. Similar idea, I don't know how much you've been watching the sessions. I know you usually do, but we're trying to deal with that cost of living and that compensation component versus FTEs. But we become a broken record. And that's been some of our conversations as we've talked about it. Each time we try and catch up on the compensation, again, we ask, and we've been doing it for almost decades of saying, wow, we can't do FTEs. And so the capacity is just overwhelming for your needs, for what you need to do. So we definitely are cracking the FTE piece. It'll be a drawdown on compensation. We're going to try and do a little of each, but we definitely want to do FTEs. We can't do everybody's FTEs, so but over time we need to continue to work on this. So we definitely hear you, Bill. We're trying to figure it out, see what we can do associated with it. Fortunately, we are getting the ARC money also. That might be a temporary fill, but we need the sustained long-term fill. So those are the important pieces. Really appreciate, we definitely know the innovation, your approach to what you do with your people, your office, your pride in that, as well as how you approach humans within the system. What do we do? What is the underlying cause, that zero input component? So we certainly appreciate that creativity, and what can we do and how can we help? We obviously want to. So with that, what I'm going to do for the SUPs is let's roll through numerically. I'll start with Supervisor Horstman. Patrice?
Yes, and good morning, Bill and everyone from the county attorney's office. Jane, good to see you. And I certainly appreciate all the work that is done. I think we all understand that when you're dealing with justice, fairness, due process, what we're really talking about are the very foundations of our Constitution and, quite frankly, our democracy. And so I don't think that it goes unheard when you are talking about the challenges that are being faced within your department and, quite frankly, all across our justice system here in Coconino County. Certainly the needs of the full justice system far exceed the revenues. And that doesn't mean that we just give up. What it means is that we need to take a look at weighing and balancing where we go, the best bang for the buck, utilizing all the tools we have in our toolbox. And right now we have some additional ones with ARP, hopefully the Jobs Act. And so I appreciate, and quite frankly, part of the reason for the ARP funding is to attempt to make up and to address some of the inequities and some of the shortfalls caused in local government because of COVID and because of revenue decline. And so I'm very happy when I hear the county manager talk about this is going to be addressed as kind of a separate request and an ask for county or for the Board of Supervisors as part of our ARP funding review. And I know that doesn't help an already overtaxed, overworked county attorney's office. And, thank you is not enough. I know that, but thanks are given anyway. I understand you have vacancies. I do have a couple of questions. I know you said you're down one criminal attorney and one civil attorney. And how about in terms of staff? I'd like to know what the vacancies right now that are currently budgeted to be filled.
And thank you for the question, Supervisor Horstman. I'm going to ask if Jane can address the staff side. She's been in touch with Megan Ridgely, who's our legal manager in the office. Jane, do you have an idea, like snapshot today, what our vacancy portfolio is?
Yes, Megan is currently trying to fill one intake specialist position that we already have. She has been trying to fill a second legal assistant position in the charging unit after we had a vacancy there. She's covered some of this by moving people from other positions. We have a temporary media redaction worker, and he has been, I'm going to use the word shanghaied, but he's been moved to do some of the intake work right now, in addition to his temporary work. So it's my understanding that right now she's got 2 FTE positions that she's trying to fill. Janice, I'm not sure if there's more than that. Those are the 2 I have most recently spoken to Megan about.
Yes, that's correct. The 2 positions, legal assistant and the intake person.
Thank you. And if I can, and then I'll let, I know others because we're going to have to move on. I'm not going to go into the backlog because I know that's something we're going to take separately. And I think you've addressed that to a great extent. And that is a concern. You know, as we all know, justice delayed is justice denied, and we need to take a look at that and move forward. And so we get that. And just lastly, and then I'll kind of turn this over. And I want to make it, you know, understood that we understand that as a constitutional officer, that you are elected by our community to perform specific functions. And many of those functions are set by statute. And, you know, part of our responsibility as a Board of Supervisor is also set by statute. You know, ours, ARS 1125-251, which sets forth our statutory mandates, has over 66 specific mandates that we must fill as a Board of Supervisor. And by the way, Title 11 also adds on, as they do throughout the Arizona Revised Statutes for your office. So, you know, please understand, we know that, and that, you know, I can tell you that we are committed, and I will tell you myself personally, after spending over 40 years in the legal system, to making sure that we are fulfilling our statutory responsibility to our community. So with that, thank you. Thank you for all of your extraordinary efforts for you and your staff. And we're going to have to be making some really hard decisions here. So thank you very much.
All right, Supervisor Vasquez, round it up.
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation, and I always love learning about what all the departments do and how they support the community. So thank you for your work and your service. I was really encouraged about with your presentation about deflection and diversion programs, and really interested in seeing how we continue to support those kind of programs. Definitely heard the need for adequate resources for civilian support. I think that's crucial because that's a component of your office that can sometimes get overlooked, and we want to make sure that the civilian piece gets what it needs as well. So really heard those concerns and want that support. I did have a question about the new FTEs requested, kind of going on Supervisor Horstman's question, and that is, do you have folks that, like, how you mentioned recruitment earlier? How difficult do you believe it's going to be able to fulfill these positions? Because you're asking for additional positions, but 2 of the positions that have been asked for, you are currently still trying to fill.
Well, I think I understand the question, Supervisor Vasquez. You know, what we're talking about is what's necessary for us to fulfill our function. As Jane explained, you know, we've you know, begged and borrowed inside our own office. You know, we've kind of eaten our own to try to get the job done, but that's no way to run an office. What we need are people who are devoted to functions. One of the explanations that Jane made is that this is not a high school style position anymore. It's a specialist position. It requires someone to know complex systems, but also to be employed by the county because we're invested in acknowledging the importance of that position and that it carry on with continuity over time so that someone can develop in that position, understand it, operate it very well. It's really not a temporary position. And so, the track for that input, it requires that fundamental quality assurance that the data that gets entered is accurate, because it's just like, garbage in, garbage out, right? We need specialists who put good information in so the data can work for us. And that's why we need someone who's devoted full time to the county mission.
Thank you. That answered my question.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Next, Supervisor Begay, Judy.
Good morning, Mr. Ring and your staff for making the presentation, Janice and also Jane. So I'm looking at this whole picture of your office, and I see that there are a lot of challenges that are going on, and like declining collection fees that are out there, for fines and less dollars to retrieve. And then all the mental health issues that, for people that have been diagnosed and have been untreated. And then also COVID challenge, it really changed the way we're operating in each one of our departments. So, and we do need adequate staff in order to function as an organization. Otherwise, we're doing a burnout with our staff. And then also to be effective, that's how we need the FTEs that are very critical in nature. I'm pretty sure for every one of the positions you're asking for is of that sense. Overtime is really not an answer because it I guess it burns out the staff at one point in time, but it should be in a budget, for emergencies. So so I just wanted to say, there are a lot of issues at hand, and probably more. And some of the opportunities that you have stated also is so strengthening case flow management, for reforming, and then increasing legislative capacity for law and policy. I think those are good areas that, opportunities to be explored, and leading the local efforts in criminal justice for diversion and deflection. So, and then the other thing is staff restructuring for efficiency. And I know that this has been done before, and basically, I think all departments need to look at that. Are we doing like services? How is it going to better work with all the resources that we don't have? So restructuring is really something that should be looked at by all departments. And so I'm sitting here thinking, I know your job entails other areas of services, for adoption, the guidance center, and, things like that. So I'm just sitting here thinking that, there are ARP funds that are coming in, and that's like a Band-Aid to, to do something here. But, we need to sustain, FTEs and ensure that, we have proper staffing. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much for all the work that you do. You cover a lot of area, civil legal services that you do, felony prosecution, juvenile justice, things like that. And misdemeanor prosecution, victim services outreach, and, all these things that you're doing. And that's a lot of work. So, and of course, you have to have people that are knowledgeable and experienced in these positions to ensure that, you give them adequate type of services out there to the constituents. So one question I had was, what kind of prevention services or referrals are being done for people that you keep repeating over and over? How can we curtail some of those documents coming in, right, on them, right, like misdemeanor? How do we deal, and what can we do we have to intervene, we have to do prevention, we have to do referrals, and how can the departments work together under the justice system and your office, all the offices that have to do with jail, jail and even the attorney and judges. So that's my question, because I think a lot of this is repeated stuff that you're doing. It may be. So that's what I was thinking. But thank you, staff, for all your hard work, and I enjoyed your presentation, and we thank everybody in your department, and we'll see what we can do. We want to make sure that we our staff have the proper tools and adequate funding if possible, to ensure that we do those services. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Actually, I mean, a lot of great questions. Bill, it might be an opportunity, especially with our new soups, to do one-on-ones, just explaining some of those components there on that. Let's see, we have Vice Chair Fowler, Lena.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Really appreciate it. I noticed that in your report, your fees are also reduced as well. And that's something that we're talking about having CJCC address. The other part is that, all of our legal system, in the costs and the amount of cases are costing more. Maybe fewer cases, but major costs involved with it. That's another one that CJCC can really look at, because there has to be coordination between all of the legal systems to be able to address there's a balancing act that needs to happen. And where is that? And I like your approach of your, the health and the well-being of a individual, and that's someone that is of a criminal behavior, hunger, the need, personal needs. If it's not met, then they're going to see how else they can address that. Sometimes through drinking excessively or substance abuse, and you see that, and that's what we're dealing with every day. And all of our programs that we have throughout all the departments is the well-being, creating a better individual and creating a more healthy community. And so how do we accomplish that? That is a system-wide effort that we are undertaking with our partners and internally. And I think that's what public service is. And that's what you just described. And any way that we can assist you, we will do. And, we'll have to see how that all works out. But I know the frustration is there because of the years of holding back. And as a county board of supervisors, we basically had no choice but to do that. Now, maybe with the fundings, the federal dollars that are coming through, we can try to meet some of those needs. And then with the dollars that we have now, we'd be able to help assist in different areas. But I like your description also in your in the IT department. You're very much, we talk about climate change, we talk about sustainability, we talk about paperless. That's all IT. And your reliance on all your cases and your description, Jane, of the data and making files, putting them into files and then losing them. Well, I'm a classic example of that. Just a simple document. I just have trouble just going back and finding it. I can only imagine in a legal department, in these legal departments, that happening. It sounds like it's just it's technology is great, but you got to know how to use it and be efficient at it. And when you need it, it's right here, you have it, but you don't have it. And that creates a challenge. And with legally, you have to have those documents right there. So I just think that once again, it's pointing to IT, and we need to, and just, until you described, these video cameras and that we see, we're just, when we see it on TV, it was like, oh my God, that's happening. But we don't realize that there is much more than that. There has to be filed, it has to be evaluated, analyzed, and, all of that. And that is your department. And that is something that we educational pieces like that, I think is very important for the board and everybody else, the community, because what we see is just what we see, but there's always behind the scene work that has to be done. So I'll just, that's all I really have time to say. So thank you so much for all your work. And, I know through the years, you've been trying to hire a Native American attorney, and I hope you stay on task on that, and we'll be able to meet some of those needs. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair. And yeah, I was thinking it's a great example of me. I walk into a closet and don't know why I'm standing there staring at it for a while until I figure out where I am. The Dewey Decimal System. It was a great analogy. Really appreciate how each of you have presented. It does help us understand just pieces of what your challenges are. Bill, do you have any final words?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I want to keep you on schedule. I've been listening to the comments that supervisors have made. And yes, there is work to do. And I really appreciate those who emphasized that it's a human endeavor. A law degree and legal work is humanitarian work. It's not science, it's humanitarian. And we need to be reminded of that, and I try not to forget it. I do look forward to the post-COVID era when I can get back out to all the various parts of our county, the northeast corners and the north and the south. And I intend to do so that I'm working for all the people of Coconino County. And I really appreciate your support. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Janice. Really appreciate it. Okay, next up, keeping us on schedule, we're going to change around who's up. We have jail district coming up. And so we'll just take a moment to get everybody in on this. Yeah, Steve, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, let's see, we've got, I'm trying to see who's in the panelists. We have Angela Rodriguez is on. Sheriff's Office is on. Sheriff's Office, others, our Sheriff Jim Driscoll is on.
Okay, we're all set to go.
Yeah, I believe so. Mr. Chair, are you ready to proceed?
Yeah, Jim, are you good with everybody that you have in here?
Yes, I have everybody I need to, and we're set to go. I didn't know if you needed to take a quick break or anything before, but that's certainly up to you.
I think we're doing okay, Jim. I'm not checking in with anybody. I think we're doing okay.
Okay.
On it, yeah. So Jim, you pretty much know our routine that we're going through right now, and going through the department overview, the funding request, and the prioritization. Then some time for the board to respond. So the floor is yours, Sheriff, and welcome.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and county management and staff. We sincerely appreciate this opportunity to present. I know we're toward the end of a long couple of weeks for all of you, and hopefully appreciate I think the Zoom fatigue that you may be experiencing, but again, we appreciate this opportunity.
Jim, can I? Sure.
Yes.
Can I catch you for a second? I'm sorry, I did get a request that we take 5 here.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I
Mr.
really
Chair,
appreciate it.
just let us know when we need to reconvene, and we'll be glad to get going.
Okay, why don't we try and get back close, 5 minutes or less if we can.
So that's what you look like. Okay. And I don't doubt that they are.
Board members, as you come in, if you could pop up on screen just so we see you're present, that would help. There's Steve. Yeah,
we did break after all, right?
Yeah. And I apologize to everybody. I mean, we're some of us are bound to the meeting all the way through, and I should have paused on that. And thank you, Jim, for offering. Really appreciate that. Let me check
Everybody, are we set to go then, Mr. Chairman?
We're still checking in. If you could pop up on screen, supervisors, just so we can see your presence. There's Geronimo. Looking for Judy and Patrice. Wait for those. And it's not just the board. There are others that are, bound to full attendance. So. There's Patrice. Just checking in for Judy. Okay, why don't we go ahead and start going, Sheriff?
Okay. Well, Mr. Chair, again, thank you, and thank you all members of the board and county staff. As you can see, our mission is up there on the screen, and I want to, while you're reading that, I certainly don't want to read it to you, but I want to introduce the staff members that I have present. This is our command staff: Chief Deputy Brett Axland with 25 years with our department; Commander Kathy Allen, Administrative Services Commander, 34 years with us; Commander Matt Figueroa of Detention, 24 years; Commander Garrett Beck with 21 years; and also our Senior Manager, Angela Rodriguez. But I also have some of our IT people here, and a number of our staff from around the department are in on the Zoom meeting as well. I want to begin this morning to talk very briefly about what we do as an organization, what we do as an agency. And we exist to serve our community. We're established in order to maintain public order and keep the peace. And in order to do that, we need public trust. And we're comprised of three divisions, three primary divisions within our department. The first being the operations division. And that handles the field activities, the calls for service, the criminal investigations, the traffic enforcement, the search and rescue, our community emergency response team, CERT, our cold case, our other patrol volunteers. You know, over the annually, we average 77,000 calls a year, calls for service of a variety of kinds, and I'll talk more about those later. The next division is detention, and the largest division of our department. They're charged with the care, custody, and control of anyone arrested in our county. We're the only jail within Coconino County that serves local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, as well as our courts. And we average 11,000 bookings into our two jail facilities annually. The third division is that of administrative services. That's our own internal services that handles finance, HR functions, our co-location services, including facilities, IT, record management, and warrants. Our department is allotted 286 positions that handle those three primary functions within our department. Next, I want to begin talking about accomplishments. And with the first part of that, I want to talk about the focus on community programs and internal programs that we have within the Sheriff's Department. One of our primary volunteer functions is our cold case squad. And I need to talk about this case because of some of the national attention that it has garnered over the years. Valentine Sally has been affectionately termed this missing person and a homicide victim from 1982 on Valentine's Day. Her body was found along Interstate 40. She'd been murdered, and we had no identification. And again, looking back at 1982, we didn't have the forensic capabilities that we have today. Tens of thousands of hours were worked on this case, from volunteer cold case people to detectives on duty time. And again, just hours and hours devoted to this. DNA did not exist. So, but we did have DNA samples that we retained over the years concerning Valentine Sally. And then in 2020, we were able to obtain a grant from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for the DNA familial analysis. Many of you, I think, have heard of Ancestry.com and things like that. And so we were able to utilize that, but it took a grant fund to make that happen. And we were able to finally identify Valentine Sally as Carolyn Eaton. This young lady was 17 years old. She was from St. Louis, the St. Louis area, and she'd been missing and never reported missing back in December of 1981. Quite a case, and again, a lot of national attention went to that. And I think most importantly, we were able to put some closure to her family. Her family had given up on her. And we had persisted over the years attempting to obtain who this young girl was. Just knowing who it was it needs to happen before we're able to even look for a suspect. So we are continuing to work some leads in this case currently, but to provide a little bit of closure for that family to finally know what happened to their loved one is important. The FBI and local crime labs will not provide DNA analysis for us. They will do it on a suspect, but they will not do it for a victim. So that's why we were able to get grant funded to provide this service. But I need to tell you how proud we are and happy we are with our cold case folks for never letting go and finally identifying Carolyn Eaton. Next on our programs is our community emergency response teams, again, CERT. And this is one of our classes that we held in Cameron. And we hold classes in a variety of areas. Our CERT program is a 24-hour class where we teach people how to respond to disasters, how we teach people to be able to be part of the solution rather than part of the problem, how they can help one another and how they can help their communities in the event of a disaster. There's more volunteer activities with training and assistance that go on in several communities throughout Coconino County. And our reliance on our volunteers from CERT and several other volunteer programs allows us to be successful in many of these areas. They will provide information checkpoints during disasters or emergency situations. They assist with disaster preparedness activities, with providing community assistance during those events. In 2019, they provided 4,900 hours of service to the department and the community. In 2020, even with COVID, they provided 1,738 hours of assistance to the community as well. We also have CERT, and again, as I mentioned, in other parts of the county. This slide is CERT training down in the bottom of Havasupai Canyon. And this is a part of the class that's that 24-hour class that's conducted. We've also conducted classes, CERT training in Loop, in Page, Moenkopi, Tuba City, Cameron, Tonalea, with the vast majority of classes being held around Coconino County and in Flagstaff. This group also provides some assistance with education checkpoints, with community safety events, community fairs, National Night Out, activities where we have interaction with our community members. In the area of evacuations, they assist with security of evacuated areas, with the reentry activities for people evacuated being allowed to come back into their communities, with traffic advisories when we have fires, when we have other emergency situations going on. They work with other agencies to provide that information to the traveling public. And again, with disaster preparedness, whether they're helping train people on Ready, Set, Go, or whether they're out passing out information within our community, they're able to assist our department and our community in being more prepared when disasters strike. Another program we have is preventative search and rescue activities. And this we affectionately know as PSAR. There's a program called Hug a Tree, and some of you have heard of it, some maybe not. Hug a Tree teaches children how not to get lost and what to do if they do become lost. And this program that we've conducted for young children throughout the Coconino County area in Flagstaff, Fredonia, Loop, Maine, Consolidated, in Page, and in Williams, hundreds of young people have received this training. We go into schools, into classrooms, and our volunteers from Search and Rescue conduct this training about how to, kids are able to learn how not to get lost. And it's absolutely vital that we focus on those kids because they're going to be adults someday. And the more they learn now, I think the better off we will all be in the future with them. In 2019, we spent over 340 hours of education dealing with this group and these younger children. Again, it's more search and rescue volunteer-based programs we also provide on the adult side as well. And that's avalanche awareness training. We do this in conjunction with the Arizona Snowball. We have a lot of recreational people now who what they call ski out of bounds, snowboard out of bounds, whether that be outside the ski area in the inner basin of the San Francisco peaks. And we help them become more aware of the hazards that are out in these areas as well. We also teach with NAU in their outdoor recreation programs. We help with training future park rangers, and we help with teaching other groups about outdoor ethics and search and rescue situations that they're able to avoid. More volunteer programs that we're involved with in this next slide is about what we've been doing at Grand Canyon. The old Stranger Danger program that I think many of you have heard about is something we have resurrected. I think we all know that situational awareness is important. You've heard that term probably over and over again, but it's just as important for our young kids to be aware of that there are dangers out in the community, that there are potential problems. And so the Stranger Danger program teaches children to be careful and cautious when they're not with their friends or they're by themselves, and what kind of situations to avoid. We also talk about Halloween safety and not accepting rides, not accepting things from strangers. And again, this is geared at our younger children up to the level of 3rd grade. So again, focusing on our youth is very important. We've conducted these trainings at Cromer School, at Kinsey School, Sechrist, Foresight Learning Center, Maine Consolidated, Star School, Loop School, Fredonia, Page, and Grand Canyon. Other outreach that we've been doing include this slide here looks at Tuba City, outreach in the Tuba City chapter and our recruiting efforts for all positions within our department, not just those of deputy, but we have the 3 divisions that I mentioned earlier. We're always recruiting, actively recruiting for qualified people who want to work for our agency. But as well, we collaborate with other departments. Here we're collaborating with Flagstaff Police Department because we're all seeking the same kinds of individuals to work in these roles within our agencies. We do other things. We collaborate a lot with the Flag Police, Department of Public Safety, as well as the Northern Arizona University to conduct citizens police academies and to involve and educate people in our community about the role and responsibilities of law enforcement in our community. We also teach classes. We also provide opportunities for adults in many of these areas. The classes on situational and active shooter classes. This is a 3-hour block of instruction that talks about how, should something happen, what you need to do. The course is called Citizen Response to Active Shooter Events. We've taught extensively around Flagstaff area and especially on the Navajo Nation with the teaching community, our academic partners up on the Navajo Nation, with the faculty of especially the Tuba City schools on what to do and how to prepare should something happen within their community. Another class or educational area we look at is mental health first aid. And I know you received Erica Shaw's update the other day about this, and we can't tell you how engaged we are with mental health first aid. The Stronger as One coalition has been very beneficial and supportive in trying to provide information on mental health and training throughout Coconino County. We have a number of instructors ourselves that provide this, and we began teaching our entire department as a mandatory training for all of our employees in mental health first aid, that 8-hour class. We extended that out and assisted with providing training to other county employees. And now we've also began outreach into the community, and we provide that same training to our citizens. The focus on educational opportunities, providing those opportunities in our community, is the goal that we have. And I feel that we're very, very fortunate to have the people that we have working for us, as well as those that volunteer for us, providing these benefits and opportunities out in our community. The next slide up is during the museum fire and flood. And this is our inmate work crew providing assistance through for sandbagging in the Sunnyside neighborhood. Our work crew we've utilized in a variety of areas, including the cities of Page, City of Williams, Fort Tuthill, City of Sedona, where they have gone to these areas and done some requested service projects. Under our direction, we have a work crew anywhere from 4 to 11 or 12 of our working inmates who are able to provide assistance in the community to those, especially to those city governments. And we feel this is a valuable benefit. And it's a way really of engaging our inmates in learning how to give back to the community. The next slide is our Page facility expansion. I'm extremely excited about where we are. We began this last year after a number of years of preparation. This will give us some needed space. It will give us some training areas, and it will be enhanced security in that Page facility once this project is completed. We anticipate that completion date to be in late September of 2021. It is funded by the jail district tax at about $3.8 million at this point. And again, it will serve Page, Fredonia, and the surrounding Native American communities with those services. And again, I look forward to a ribbon cutting in late September or early October, and hope that as many of the board members and county staff as possible would be able to attend that. Supervisor Fowler, I'm sure we'll talk more about how we can make that work, and but I think it will be quite the event coming up. Next slide up is our detention academy. And this is an in-house service and training that we provide that is 8 weeks long. And we've done this in partnership with Coconino Community College. We're very excited that we're able to provide this in conjunction with CCC. And what I think is unique about this is it provides those people, those detention officers, with college credit from CCC for attending and completing that academy. It also allows us to be able to encourage continued education at that level. It gives those young people those credit hours that they will hopefully continue to seek more formal education. And by the way, we are graduating a current academy this Friday morning, and we have 10 graduates, and I'm looking forward to that. It's a great opportunity to recognize the accomplishments of these people and those that are involved in conducting that training for them. Again, we are extremely proud of this current graduating class. Okay, I'd like to move on now to talk about COVID. And I know this was requested through the county manager's office, and we feel that it's only right that we're able to talk about some of the impacts of COVID. We understand the severity the impacts to so many of our county departments and as well as our community. And I want to talk briefly about some of the accomplishments with COVID, but also talk about the challenges that we saw early and that we still see as a result of COVID. We were able to establish that additional use of technology. And I know you've heard this in other presentations, but we found new ways of doing business. We found that we could utilize video court in more ways than we had before. We utilize it for training. We were able to utilize our video for more visitation. And we established a second video court to help serve the court needs throughout Coconino County, as well as for municipal, as well as county courts. Again, with COVID having such impacts, we were able to keep many of those inmates from having to appear in court in person, and thus exposing other people to the COVID problem. But again, as others, finding new ways of doing business, and I think we were very successful in that. I think also in managing COVID within our detention facility, we were able to get our population reduced with the help of our courts, with the help of other local law enforcement agencies, with the help of the county attorney's office, and as well as the defense departments as well, the indigent defense departments, to able to limit the population we have within our jail, which helped reduce the spread of COVID. Throughout the 2020, we had a total number of inmates that were positive for COVID, 193. Currently, as we speak today, we have 0 in our jail that are positive for COVID. We also have 25% of our inmates that have been vaccinated. As far as our staff goes, we have 35 employees who were tested positive for COVID. Every one of them is back to work currently. So we were able to really, I think, severely limit the impacts that we had. We had a 14-day quarantine period established within our jail. And we were able to, by the reduction in our jail population, we were able to be successful in having that quarantine really affect the spread of COVID within our facility. But we were able to do a few other things with COVID. We established a system dealing with all 14 other county jails within Arizona. We shared information, we shared lessons learned, we shared processes that worked. We shared failures as well on what didn't work in helping to manage COVID. And our county was one of the highest level counties with the reduced number, with the fewest COVID cases around Arizona. And I want to tell you how proud I am of what Commander Figueroa and his staff was able to do in providing that. But some other accomplishments we saw with COVID was the relationship that we were able to establish with our county health district. The testing that we were able to receive for our inmates and our staff, how fast we were able to get results, how fast we were able to get their support with vaccinations. And when our needs came up, we were able to get that information. But we also saw that assistance through county emergency management. They were great at getting us PPE. We'd order something and we would get it very, very quickly. It was important that we were able to have those relationships which allowed us and helped us to do our job better and provide a better service to the inmates within our facilities. As far as our vaccination distribution, I mentioned that 25% of our inmates, that's 125 inmate or vaccinations, have been given thus far. Not all of our inmates are anxious to receive it. And we certainly understand that and respect their wishes. But again, these are optional for our inmates. But despite all COVID and accomplishments, our people still came to work. We saw that our detention and our patrol people came to work knowing they were going to be exposed to COVID, knowing that we had people within our facility that they were going to have to contact who were COVID or possibly COVID, but they continued to do their job. And we stayed open. We were not able to work from home. Our people we're in a business where human contact is vital. And our people came to work and met the needs of our community by doing so. As far as the challenges go, when it comes to COVID, there were many, just like there were throughout the departments in Coconino County. But we needed to return to our basic or core mission, and that's providing service to our community. You know, we lost our jail programs, things like our Exodus, our Thinking for a Change, our religious services, our Hogan activities, our sweat lodge ceremonies. Those programs were lost to our inmates. And that had severely impacted many of them. And we're fortunate that we were able to have our jail population reduced significantly during this time. But we also saw the loss of our volunteers. We weren't allowed to bring our volunteers, and we have many of them, over 50, that come into our jail and provide services, religious services, counseling services, substance abuse services. We were following CDC guidelines in what we were trying to do in managing our jail. But we also faced some of experienced the losses, the supply and demand for things like food and toilet paper in our jail as well. And so we were able to help manage that through a reduced population, but we were also able to make contacts and establish relationships that allowed us to continue to do our job. We also saw an increase in activities out in the field and, you know, the rediscovery of the outdoors, the record number of search and rescue missions. And I'll talk a little bit more about that a little bit later. You know, over the last several days, we talked about making difficult decisions. I've heard a number of departments and talk about how difficult things were. And we were no different in that respect. COVID forced a new way to think about things. COVID forced a lot of things to happen that normally would not have happened. We had to make decisions that affected our inmates and our staff and ultimately our community, whether those were religious services or sweat lodge or conducting baptisms. Supervisor Begay, Supervisor Fowler, we had to do things that affected what we call life balance. And I know both of you with your Native American culture understand that term, that life balance was severely impacted with our Native American inmates, and how to manage that, how to offset the negative impacts that upset that life balance. And our hope is that we are able to return to conducting services, providing those opportunities for those inmates in our jail just as soon as we possibly can, and still comply with the CDC recommendations. Another challenge that we saw was that of mental health. And I know that a number of other departments have mentioned this as well. You know, we had the opportunity to have our staff still come to work. Our detention staff, our IT and clerical staff, and our deputies, we still came to work. Our doors were open still. And I think it really served the mental health of our people, our employees, very well. But what we didn't realize early on, I think, was they still had to go home to families. They still went home to families that were suffering the effects of COVID, that spouses who were maybe laid off, or kids who were taken out of school and parents having to help teach them. And all those terrible things that we saw that affected the mental health of families, although our employees were still working, they still went home to those kinds of things. And we're still seeing the effects of some of that. And again, we're still coming to work, but we went home to situations that maybe were not as viable or maybe as good as they could have been. But we also experienced the community's impacts, the lockdowns that we saw, up on the Navajo Nation, the lockdowns that we saw, and we were requested to provide assistance in many of those lockdowns, and the impacts that it had on those communities, the impacts that it had on those individuals was severe. And we saw a lot of that strife, that people being so upset about what those was happening within their families. We saw it with our employees who have family members up on the nation or with one of the tribal entities within the county, being able to travel back and forth and see their loved ones was being severely impacted or restricted. We also saw a huge increase in our suicide threats or suicide-related calls. A very difficult time for many. As a result of that, we saw an increase in alcohol and other substance abuse, domestic violence, other drug offenses, and surprisingly, we saw an increase in child crimes. Why, I'm not sure on that, but we saw a significant increase there as well. But I do need to tell you that knowing that we were still going to be dealing with people, we still had to provide CPR to COVID positive people with only wearing a glove or with gloves and a mask. That is a pretty daunting task. It's dangerous, but our people still persevered. I think our staff showed tremendous courage and perseverance by coming to work despite COVID, despite knowing that they were going to be in contact with people who were COVID positive or were potentially exposed. And I can't tell you how proud I am of our people for how they conducted themselves during this difficult time. Okay, I'd like to move on now to some of our needs and looking at what we have currently in our county. The map that you have on the screen with the numbers in the various districts indicates how many deputies we have on as of today on this shift. And you can see there is a total of 11 deputies on right now. And this is what we do generally every day. This is the average amount. On weekends, we try to staff a little better, but today. And this is that 77,000 calls. Many of them are self-initiated through radar contacts, traffic contacts, business checks. But again, this is what they respond to or conduct themselves. We have these 11 deputies on duty. There's more people right now on duty at the Westside Taco Bell than we have in the entire county. And I know that's kind of a strange analogy, but that's where we are. There's more people working in that takeout than we have total deputies working in Coconino County on this average day like today. As a result, we've asked for people. We've asked for 6 deputies. In 2017, we came before the board with the need for adding 12 additional deputies. We had gone many years, well over a decade and a half, without adding deputies to the department. We expressed that need and presented a 3-year program where we would get 4 deputies per year over 3 years for the total of 12. The first year we were able to receive 4, and we were fortunate and appreciative of the board for that. The next year we were only able to receive 2. Well, we're still in a position here where in Flagstaff, we work 12-hour shifts. Our deputies are on 12 on and 12 off. This is not a safe situation. We have a fatigue factor that sets in after several days of a 12-hour shift that is just not safe. And I could reference national studies, I could reference a lot of data and information, but 12-hour shifts working in a field capacity is not safe. And officer safety is important to us. My desire is to be able to have enough deputies that we're able to revert to four 10s or 4 10-hour shifts that will enable us to be safer out there and still provide better coverage than we currently have right now. Back in June of 2020, last June, we received approval for what was called a COPS grant. And we were one of 9 counties in the entire United States that received a COPS grant. Usually COPS grants are reserved for municipalities, but our grant request was well received, and we were approved to get the 4 deputies with county match that would help us gain enough people. But due to some financial hardship within the county, this grant was turned down, and we were not able to receive those officers. I think what's important to realize here is the time that things take to happen. From the time we hire a deputy, it is 12 months before they are on the road functioning by themselves. We have a long academy, 22 or 23 weeks, depending on the academy, plus 3 or 4 months of field training once they complete that academy before they're able to be out and functioning and effectively working in the field. So anything that does happen takes a period of time before we see the results of it. We currently have 6 people in academies right now, and one's due to graduate next week, and the others are going to be several months out. So we're looking forward to getting some of those people out and trained. The next thing I want to show is a very short video, and you may have seen this. This clip was about Deputy Andrew Luna with our department, who was working on Labor Day weekend. And he was working an overtime shift because of such heavy activity on the weekend. But he was called out to conduct a theft investigation at a cluster camp down in the Blue Ridge area. And I'll explain more about this after this video hopefully shows. So we'll...
Lost her arm after flipping her quad is sharing her terrifying tale. The UTV pinned Lydia Alameda on the ground, and with all the weight resting on her arm, it caused catastrophic damage. As Team 12's Mitch Carr shows us, she's alive thanks to the quick thinking of people who were passing by and also a deputy.
You're looking at one of the worst moments of Lydia Almeida's life through the eyes of a Coconino County Sheriff's deputy.
I grabbed my arm and I'm just like carrying my arm like this, like in my hand.
Do you think I'm gonna die?
No. My shirt was full of blood. My pants were full of blood. Like the person helping me, their hands were probably full of blood.
People who saw the crash jumped into action immediately, flipping the vehicle back over and pulling Almeida away from the wreck. One man even pulled the shirt off of his back to wrap her wound.
As like the chaos is happening, I'm like, what? I'm kind of like, what? Like, what the heck? Like, I did not expect no one to come and just lift it up, because everything was happening so quickly. I'm really thankful they were there.
Almeida's UTV had seatbelts, but no window net. A UTV expert 12 News spoke with said that likely would have kept her from sticking her arm out of the window.
That whole entire time, I feel like the only thing that helped me was honestly God and like my faith. I remember in the helicopter, I was like, hey, Father, you know, if it's your time, then let it be so.
Almeida, who is just 19 years old, is now back at home. She says she's still going to school to be a medical assistant, and nothing is stopping that.
I have to take it as like, I'm still alive, I'm still here. and it's just an arm.
One way that Lydia Almeida plans to adapt to her new life with one arm is to get a prosthetic arm. She has started a GoFundMe account to that end, and if you'd like to donate, we've got a link to that GoFundMe account on the 12 News app. Mitch Carr, 12 News.
Okay, well, this young lady, what a strong lady that this was, and it is very fortunate that we were able to be close by. Deputy Luna was placed 2 different tourniquets on her arm that potentially saved her life. And we train our people in this. There's another training program we provide to our people internally called Stop the Bleed. Our people now carry tourniquets and have been for a number of years. They carry 3 or 4 tourniquets on their person all the time. And we've been fortunate as recently as 2 months ago to do another, to save another life. Sergeant Jess Payne came upon an accident while he was working as well, and he was able to place a tourniquet on an amputated arm, and from another ATV or all-terrain vehicle accident, and able to save that person's life. The ER doctor that we spoke to said without that tourniquet, that person's life would have been lost. So these are the things that we are encountering in the field. And it's fortunate that we were close by on both these incidents, but I think this demonstrates that there's a lot of things occurring out in our community right now that require a lot of response. Talks about our patrol vehicle accident that we had last October up in the Jacob Lake area. Our deputy, Jacob Christensen, was in a head-on accident caused by another driver passing in a no-passing zone, pulling a horse trailer. Deputy Christensen was severely injured, and he needed a series of surgeries as well as rehab. And we just got him back to work last month after an extended recovery time. We are very fortunate that the injuries were not more extensive. This obviously was caused by the other person, and it just, I think, again, demonstrates some of the situations that we encounter in the field. I think those of you who have driven up to Jacob Lake, this occurred above House Rock Valley on those windy roads, and you all know how kind of scary that is to drive that area. And obviously we lost a vehicle here as well, and we're hoping to get that replaced soon. Again, the vehicle was a total loss. I want to talk about a few more, I guess, serious things that we encounter in the field. This next slide is of a real tragedy. This involved 4 fatalities with an off-highway vehicle on the Rim Road, or the 300 road, down between Blue Ridge and Forest Lakes. There were 4 individuals from 4 different families involved. And it involved the irresponsible use of one of these OHVs, this off-highway vehicle. They were all part of a camp that had over 60 members of their families involved. The vehicle was traveling at a high rate of speed and did not negotiate a corner, and went over the rim and went down 400 feet before it hit the side of the cliff and exploded. Well, as a result, the 4 obviously died, but it also started a forest fire, which burned several hundred acres, and it required the evacuation from our people to get out there and evacuate other campers who were in the area as well. And again, looking at the impacts this has, is one accident caused so much destruction and tragic loss of life, and just I think the grief and heartache that so many people had to experience. But the impacts to our department for that weekend were pretty severe. I want to talk a little bit now on this next slide about the increase that we are seeing in recreational activities. Over the past 3 weeks, I was asked to give a presentation to the Diablo Trust, to the National Resource Conservation Service, provide information to Senator Kelly's office as well concerning outdoor recreation, as well as speaking to a couple of community groups. The map that you see there is for the first 9 months of 2020. And the calls relating to off-highway vehicles or ATVs, all-terrain vehicles, are up substantially. And you see the concentration of those in the Flagstaff area and to the south. We also have them to the north as well. But the calls we get are not just for speed. It's disturbing the peace. It's the noise that they create. It's the dust they create, affecting other recreationalists in the area. It's the reckless driving calls. We've had as many as 9 kids on one ATV or one quad at one time driving down the road and getting in accidents. The camping encroachment onto private properties and into restricted areas, we're getting calls for that just about every weekend. We're having unauthorized people driving the vehicles, very underage with kids as young as 4 years old, alone on ATVs, without helmets, without any kind of supervision. But we're also experiencing some environmental damage. The trash that is left by these large camps, the sanitation issues created, the noise that they generate affects the solitude of other people trying to enjoy the area. And the most life-threatening thing we see is fires, and fires in restricted or areas where there are fire bans that are going to be established or have been established. And the thing about it is they're coming back. The Verde Valley experienced a huge uptick in this over the last 3 months, and we're seeing that now move up onto the Apache Sitgreaves, Coconino, and Kaibab National Forests. I think the next slide illustrates what I think many of you saw on the Tonto National Forest 6 weeks ago, is when 5,000 people come into an area, into a cluster, and the problems they create. Those competing interests that we see between the OHV community, the fishermen, the hunters, the bicyclists, the dog walkers, the equestrian people, the local residents. We have competing interests and not enough either land or not enough management over those lands. Our deputies encounter such a wide variety of activities: the DUIs, the assaults, the search and rescue activities, additional complaints for trash, again, sanitation, target shooting, and fires create problems between many of these groups. And when you mix people and alcohol and drugs and large camps and dogs and dust and loud music and OHVs, chaos generally is the result. The camps that we're seeing, the cluster camps that we've come to call them, where you have 5 to 20 motorhomes or travel trailers, and from 20 to over 100 people involved, create many problems. And many of them stay 3 days, sometimes up to 3 months long for their duration of their camps. And this really affects our locals because they're the ones who are being shortchanged by this. They're the ones who sometimes aren't free or feel comfortable going out and recreating themselves. The impacts that it has on our search and rescue, the increases that we are seeing. The slide above is the Lava River Cave, which is the interest in that. Recreation out there has grown exponentially over the last several years. These high-profile rescues or searches when people get into trouble. As we look at Oak Creek Canyon, the San Francisco Peaks, Paria Canyon, Vermilion Cliffs area, Forest Lakes, Blue Ridge, Williams, and Lake Powell. We have somewhat of an Arizona's wonderland up here for recreation. And so much of it is being from people from the valley coming up and recreating year round now. With our search and rescue increases, you can see some of the clusters of the activities that we're having, the impacts that it's having on us. In 2017, we had 120 search and rescue missions. In 2018, we had 140. In 2019, 155 search and rescue missions. And last year, we had 171 search and rescue missions, even during COVID. That's a 42% increase from 2017. Right now, we are on pace this year to set another record. But we're also seeing the complexity of some of these operations based on their location. Some multi-day operations that require people to be out overnight or out for 2 or 3 nights. And again, these are our volunteers being led by our deputies. These are our volunteers out providing these life safety services. A deputy has to be present in all these search and rescue activities. We are volunteer based with our search and rescue. We have over 150 volunteers that provide this service to their community as well. Right now, we had 38 new people graduate from our 70-hour academy this past weekend. 38 new volunteers who will now be able to help us throughout the county go out and save people's lives. Again, we're very fortunate to have a very robust and professional search and rescue program within the county. Next slide talks about the concentration of those, where they are occurring, where our search and rescue activities are. And they're really around the county. And sometimes the response time for those events is not just in minutes, it's hours. When we have to travel to the North Rim, to the Paria Canyon area, Blue Ridge, Forest Lakes, those are hours and hours of response time, as well as moving personnel, but as well as moving the equipment along with them. They require a great deal of coordination and resources to make all those things happen and to save people's lives. I want to talk a little bit about some of the challenges that we have in looking at traffic. I think you've all experienced it as well, if we all travel in our communities, and looking at the 180 corridor. Supervisor Horstman, I'm sure you've heard this until the cows come home on it, but the traffic capacities and the traffic issues relating to Highway 180 during our winter months has tremendous impacts on our local community, has tremendous impacts on the residents that we serve. And although we've done things, we've collaborated with our Public Works Department to try to mitigate the effects of some of that traffic and to take care of our local residents and keep them from being severely impacted. The cars are still there. The people are still there, but the capacity of our roads many times is not there. During the winter, where there's about 21 days where the impacts are really, really impactful to our local community. And then looking at our community to the south with Oak Creek Canyon and Sedona, we participate in a coalition called Traffic Matters of government agencies and local concerned citizens concerning the impacts that the traffic has in Sedona and Oak Creek Canyon and what can be done. I know there are a number of suggestions are being made concerning capacity studies and potentially limiting the amount of visitorship or the amount of recreation that can occur in these areas. I think we will continue to see more and more people try to enjoy recreational opportunities in our county, and working with agencies, collaborating with other agencies to play our part and provide our support is very, very essential as well. But they're coming and they're going to keep coming. And so it just preparing somewhat, if we can, to try to deal with this or to mitigate the impacts to our local community as much as we are able to, but still provide people opportunity. The next slide up is, I think, kind of brings us back full circle to serving our community. If you're able to read that, hopefully it's not too small, but this young girl saw us and her parents sent this to us. And it makes it all worth it when you see something like this, to have what you do recognized and appreciated by those in the community. And again, the courage and the resilience of our people during an extremely stressful year, I think is just makes me very proud to lead this organization. The last thing I'll get into is looking ahead. In June of 2026, our jail district tax will sunset. And we hope to have on a future ballot the renewal of that jail tax. These funds support the detention facilities, the staff, the inmates, and the programs that we have within the jail. There is a contribution, what's called a maintenance of effort, that occurs from the general fund, but the vast majority of jail district is through that tax. And that's what funds really all of our jail operations. We need to be, I think, considering how we go back and request the voter approval, what we need to do, developing strategies, and providing information to our community about what it does. And finally, we would like to invite all of you, especially Supervisors Vasquez, Horseman, and Begay, to come and tour our jail, our administrative facilities, and our search and rescue facility. We realize that COVID has severely impacted our ability to do things in person, but we hope to be, I think, on the downslope of that in the near future, and able to safely reinstate our tours, reinstate our programs for the inmates, and get back to business as usual in a more person-to-person way. We'd also like to encourage you to take what's called a ride-along with any of our deputies in any of our districts when we reach a safe level with COVID. Having that opportunity to experience what we do rather than just hear about it, I think would serve people well. We are fortunate to have support from the board and from other county departments. Again, we appreciate all that. And we certainly hope that we're able to have that this year, and appreciate what the county manager's office has approved in recommendations for our budget. But I think it was important that we make it known that there are additional needs that were not recommended, and we would hope for your consideration as you have these difficult budget discussions. So with that, we'd certainly, I have the staff here that I hope can answer any questions you would have. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to turn it back to you.
All right, thank you, Sheriff. And as always, really appreciating everything that you and your staff do for the sake of the community. And speaking of service, recognizing your acknowledgement for 47 years of service. Congratulations, Jim, on that. So,
like it's taken me that long to get it right. So
it was funny. Steve and I were talking about it. Different people that have come, and we were, it's like we're supposedly on the tail end of decades. And I thought, well, hold a minute, Jim's got another decade or two on us here. All the service he did, even though he's close to our age. Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah. That's right. Also, my gosh, we've been getting emails. I wonder why that happened. But it's really good, that people are reaching out and expressing support and concerns for the ATVs, as you mentioned. on that. Of course, I was ready to tease Armando and say, Armando, you ought to get your people to support you for all those tax notices you sent out there and see. But actually, what I'll do, Jim, I want to comment on a number of pieces here, but first, we're going to roll through the board, but let's go to Steve first, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you, Sheriff, and your staff and your team for working with us on the budget. Mr. Chairman, there are a number of requests, service investment requests that have come through. We certainly appreciate all of them. I don't know that, well, what I'm going to suggest is through a variety of general fund, jail district. We also have, of course, funds within the budget, and it kind of gets to the point we've been hearing a lot about lately, is that we rely on under expenditures within the budget to pay for other things within the budget. And so we have that as well. A big chunk of the revenue piece going forward will be ARP funding as well. I think that we can certainly justify a case for investment from ARP into various programs and line items within the sheriff's budget. And so I do know that there are several items within the list here that were not recommended. We certainly will continue to look at those. Discussion with the sheriff in terms of critical need. It's all critical. I'm not going to say it's not. Prioritization, if you will. We also need to, though, look a little bit longer in terms of the IGA with the city for shared services. And there are some changes coming up that will put the county in the position of additional investments in those areas. And so we have some kind of medium range issues that we're going to need to tackle in the next fiscal year, because the city's doing the same on their end. So again, I'm going to kind of leave it generally. We'll certainly, of course, listen to your thoughts, your comments, some of the directions that you might provide in your comments, and we'll take that into consideration as we continue to look at the SIRs. Hope that helps. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Steve. And so, well done, Jim. Presentation of just showing the variety, the scope, just the incredible things that your folks, your deputies, but not just your deputies, what they're doing out there, what they're confronted with. We as we've gone through our budget here, and some of our discussions have been about social indicators, our poverty levels that we have, and or our housing crisis. We have a crisis in a couple areas, but we also have one on public lands. This impact of so many people coming. It's wonderful for people appreciating what we have, but you're on the front lines. All your folks, they're out there, and it's no longer, as you were saying a couple of years ago, it's no longer you patrol. You're running from incident to incident. So we certainly do see the need for deputies, and as we've been through the conversations, and as you've expressed, noting we're wrestling with compensation versus FTEs. Remembering your comments, it's we need both on it. It's not an easy fix for what we need to do. We are cracking it a little bit to look for FTEs. Hopefully we can put a couple of deputies in there. Not going to be able to fill all need, as you well know. But what can we do? So we're wrestling with this, and as we go through these various funds, taking a look at it. The component that you look at is that sustainability element, which is really important, and just the other point of the challenges of a piece that we need to go through even more so, or remind ourselves. All the training that your folks go through, as you were expressing, but sometimes you train wonderful officers, and the good thing is, we've incentivized certain programs to keep them retention, but it's easy to lose them to higher salaries to other organizations. So it's a cycle that we go through, but that year of just getting them up to speed and trained is it's a big investment, but it holds you up quite a bit. So definitely hear you on that. The jail tax, we've all come together knowing the need associated with the jail tax. That is such a critical element to the full operation and the funding associated with it. We have time, but not a lot of time. Noting, 2026 will be here shortly, and it took everybody on board to successfully pass the last two versions of that. But we all had to come together, recognize the need, and explain it to our public why it is so critical in these services associated with that. With the ARP money, I have this thing. I don't know how well we can do it. We're all going to be rushed to see what we can do. But not only for your sake, some of the discussions that we've had a little bit is we need to start looking at this regional impact, and by the same token, advocate for federal LEOs as well as needing it for your sake as well. But how can we work together and unify? We have a metro level of visitation and yet a rural level of tax base. So how do we compile our resources and work together with each other associated with that? The search and rescue group, as you noted, or the CERT, you've been done such a great job with volunteers. These are a lot of our citizens that they save us in so many different ways, literally associated with a lot of what they do. And you didn't even speak about the emergencies and how your people are drawn down associated with the multiple emergencies that we have here. Appreciate all that your folks are doing. We're not going to be able to fill everything, but we certainly are looking at your request and our as we look at everything, where do we fit FTEs? You're definitely on our list there, Jim. So I would think, okay, I'm going to roll through the supervisors. We'll start with District 2 with Supervisor Vasquez.
Good morning. Good morning, Sheriff. Thank you for the presentation. I'm always amazed at all the different services that your office has to undertake, especially in such a land base so large as ours. I wanted to ask a couple different questions. One, I was curious, you're mentioning about training. I was wondering how much diversity, equity, and inclusion training is involved for your officers. If you could talk a little bit about that.
Sure. In the past, we have brought people in, professional people, to conduct diversity training. Most recently, we have what's called post-approved. That's the Arizona Peace Officer Standard. Diversity training and de-escalation training combined to recognize situations, to be able to understand multicultural differences. And we bring training in at least annually to deal with various aspects of diversity. We can always get better. Providing more training is difficult, like you said, because of the other required trainings that we have as well. But I think we are always open to that, and bringing in that law enforcement perspective also contributes to required hours of training that the state requires us to do. But we also include our civilian staff. We also include our detention staff in this training, because all of us that work here have encounter people of different backgrounds and cultures and ethnicities. And so it's not just the people in the field, that we want all of our people to participate or partake of that training.
Thank you. I appreciate the response. The next question I had was more about the coverage and the FTEs that you requested. By getting the additional 6 officers, you mentioned that would allow your shifts to go from 12-hour shifts to 10-hour shifts. Would it also increase the number of patrol officers out at one time? I know you mentioned that there are 11 officers covering the whole county at one time. Would those additional officers also allow you to increase the number of patrols, or would it just be changing the shift hours from a 12-hour shift to a 10-hour shift?
Supervisor Vasquez, that's a great question. Yes, it will, especially when you have 10-hour shifts. There are certain periods of time during the week when you have 2 shifts, 2 squads on. And especially when we look at weekends, Friday nights, obviously, Saturday night. Those are those times when we're able to have more people on, substantially more people on at the busiest time. So yeah, it gives us more flexibility in addressing the activity needs that we're seeing.
Okay, thank you. And then the follow-up to that would be, if you weren't able to get the 6 FTEs, what would be the minimum amount of officers you would need, additional officers you would need to be able to make that shift from a 12-hour shift to a 10-hour shift? So in other words, 3, 4, 5.
We could get close to that with 5.
With 5, okay.
Close to it,
All right, thank you. And then the next question I had is, and just because I'm learning, and so I'm trying to kind of learn more about your department. What kind of community oversight is there with the sheriff's office? Are there any kind of community partnerships or ongoing meetings with community?
Well, I can tell you, we meet with a lot of community groups. I think 3 of them here in the past 2 weeks have sent you a few emails. But we travel around. I meet with chapter houses all the time. The chief deputy and I travel a great deal. We attend a lot of chapter meetings, Western agency meetings, but we're in Page, we're in Fredonia. We do homeowners groups. We do specialized engagements down in Blue Ridge, down in Forest Lakes. So we meet with a lot of people, and I look at, when you mention that term oversight, I've got an oversight committee of about 145,000 people that evaluate us all the time, but they also have direct access to me, and we meet with a lot of those people, and that's who we serve, and but that's my oversight committee.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you for bearing with me with so many questions. I was listening to your presentation and had some curiosity. I'm still learning, and I'm sure I'll have more questions in the future. I appreciate all the different areas that your office has to cover and support, and the different services that it provides to the community. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the questions. So those are great questions.
Yeah, they are great questions. And I encourage you to take the tours that the sheriff's offering. Let's see, we'll go on to Supervisor Begay. Judy?
Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for the department's presentation. I'm sitting here thinking, more and more with all the activities that are going on out there, that I think the sheriff department, jail district, and other organizations really need to be funded in some way, even if it's just a minimal. Right now, it's way lower than the minimal that we're operating. It sounds like, and all the support services that you do, like partnerships and MOUs, and then also recognition of staff and all the grant fundings that your department has gone after, and the community outreach that you're doing. That's a lot of work. And so, for instance, you're covering most of the areas that in the rural communities, and I really appreciate that, because it affects everybody within the county. Any issue that comes up, or any safety trainings, any kind of trainings that like dealing with children, as how to not take things from others. Those type of trainings really mean a lot And so the challenges that you had, like shutting down the jails, and then prices going up on various things, and service deliveries were kind of not really there. And then as far as, because of the COVID, and then the compression issues, all departments have those issues. And we are, as board members, we have talked about the compression issue and the concern that, and it really concerns us. So, so loss of program service is something that's going to curtail a lot of community outreach and stuff like that. But I think with everyone working together, I think it's doable. And some of the opportunities that you had explained or talked about within your department is that really collaborating with other departments, and then also you really have to think about enhancing the public trust in law enforcement. As you know, there's a lot of things that are happening and stuff like that. So, and then ensuring diverse in operations, as Geronimo had talked about, and ensuring unfunded mandates and are there. And I think those are the things that we really need to look at as a board, is what is out there that is not funded as the mandates as we go forward, and because compliance is a big issue, and if we're not carrying that out, then it could cause funding to be decreased, or grant funds may be taken away or whatever. So I'm just sitting here thinking about that. Mental health issue is a biggie. Of all the information that you provided to us, that's so true. People have to go back into the homes. They have people that have lost work, and kids are, I don't know. There's just so many things and somebody have mentioned. So I'm really thankful that, you brought that up to our attention. But certainly, more officers are needed, and that, we need to work together to see how we can, using some of the ARP funds, maybe we could start with something like that and move forward with that. So I really want to say also that I really thank you for your presentation and the way it was presented, you presented it, and your staff, so that, and thank you for the invite for, the ride along and, visiting your jail. Certainly, I would like to go there and see for myself, how and things are set up, and what kind of services are there and things like that. So, and then so this department, I feel, is very critical, and the needs are great, and we'll see what we can do, and as far as funding. And Geronimo elaborated on diversity and inclusion. That's a question that he had. He also had, and then plus the work hours from 12 to 10 hours a day for police officers. Again, in this other, that's likewise in other departments, we're really working our staff hard. And at one point in time, they say they run out of gas. And when that happens, then we're going to have a big issue on our hand. So I just want to commend you for, really going out and advocating for your department as far as safety and, outreach services. And I think that's very important. And then to look as a whole in all the rural communities that you're overseeing. So, and the only question that I had, other than what Geronimo had asked, was I was talking to we were talking to the county earlier this morning, the county attorney's office, and so a lot of collaboration, I think, pretty sure that's happening between your office and the county office, county attorney's office. We need to probably just really find a way to do a lot of prevention, which is your education that you're doing for the repeaters that come into the jail system, and also they get their their courts set up and things like that. And all of that has to be kind of I don't know if it's, we kind of looked at again, maybe. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much for being there. And 47 years, I've been there and done that, and I'm still going to. So I'm glad that, there's someone else out there like me. So, but anyway, I just want to say thank you. And we do have a lot of concerns that a lot of departments are addressing us at this point in time up to now. So I can't sago.
Supervisor Begay, thank you. And what you mentioned about the county attorney's office, we share their opinion and belief that if we can defer some of these low-level crimes, low-level incidents away from jail, that's the best thing. If we didn't have anybody in jail, that would be great. But if we can keep people out of jail who don't belong in jail, who aren't going to benefit, that's important, and we support that as well. But thank you.
All right. Let's see, Vice Chair, Supervisor Nina Fowler.
Hello, Jim. Thank you. And thanks for everyone all of your staff that's here with you. Really good to listen to your presentation again. It's interesting, all of the events that are happening that you showed are on the forest lands. As it is, we have more visitors from elsewhere that come into our forest lands, and our forest agencies have not funded their law enforcement. I know that BLM, I've met with Mr. Hunt, the BLM director, and he is, that's one of the items that he would like to have is law enforcement rangers come back. And so when you talk about defunding, people have been sending emails saying, do not defund the sheriffs or law enforcement. They really need to lobby these federal agencies. Our tax dollars are the ones that are funding the law enforcement on federal lands. And so on our federal agenda, we need to start saying that they need to start funding those agencies or either hire those people. We know that we have private lands on federal lands, and we say we need to patrol that area. However, this is within federal lands, and we have had this discussion every year. And when I first came on, I couldn't understand why we're the ones that are paying for law enforcement on federal lands. And the answer was because there's private lands out there. Well, I think that we need to add to our agenda, not just for forest restoration and wildfire and flood and all of that, but we need to also start advocating for law enforcement to be funded either through the county reimbursements. We have SRS, but that's not enough. That we just use that for search and rescue. On federal lands, we do have an agreement with Grand Canyon, which we just renewed, and we have agreements with these federal agencies, but the agreement is just so that we can do we can enforce law enforcement on those lands and work and coordinate with them. So when it comes to search and rescue and law enforcement and patrols, we're the ones, our sheriffs is the one that is out there. So we need to really start having a serious conversation with the federal agencies. And that's where our representative to the WIR, Patrice, Supervisor Horstman, is going to come in once again, and also not just her, but all of us that are out there advocating. We need to make sure that we start doing that. Secondly, I want to make sure that the Tuba City deputy is still in the budget. I know it's been sitting there for a long time, and it is an important position. Eventually, we'll be able to hire someone. The other is that we have a need for deputies. How many deputies total do you have?
including myself, supervisor, we have 68 for the
Okay,
whole county. There's about 30, well, there's 30 that are assigned to Flagstaff. The others are assigned out to various areas around the county.
okay. And we know that there is a need there. You know, I don't think that, I know through all the years that I've been here, we have never talked about defunding. I don't know where these emails was generated. I don't know why. I called the sheriff. I said, Jim, what are you doing? Are you reducing your budget? Is that why people are telling us not to reduce your budget? It certainly isn't the board. So it's really good when the citizens come and they do give us their opinion, what they hear and what they, and it is very important. And that's how we make our decisions, is based on the citizens' opinions and what they see out there. We know as supervisors, we get calls on all issues at all hours of the night, or else even in the email. And we really appreciate that. Even when we're grocery shopping, that's the time people have time, but that's where we really appreciate citizens' input. But I want to tell those that have emailed us and given my office calls, and just to let them know that the Board of Supervisors have never had a discussion about defunding our law enforcement, and we do not plan to have those discussions. And we want to make sure that you are funded so that you can provide the service that you need. However, we are restrained by the budget that we have. So, and Sheriff, we really appreciate you and your staff for being patient with us, the understanding. But through the years, we have worked with you on your housing issue, incentive issues, increase in pay. And I think the board's been very creative in working with you, and your recommendations that has been brought to us to be able to work through some of the issues that you have brought to us. And in the process, I believe that we have made your department a lot stronger, and we want to make it strong because we don't want to lose our deputies or any of our employees to others. It's very competitive market, and it is a hard to fill positions. So I just want to thank you. And you also, in your email, the challenges in here, even it says forest patrol. Once again, it's the forest patrols. Your increase because of the COVID costs. I think that, Steve has already made it clear that there are options in this year's budget. So thank you again to you and your staff. Not just the ones that are here, but out in the field. I was very concerned when our deputy got into an accident, and that's in my district. It's our deputy. Everybody loves him, and that's the thing. Your deputies are in our community are like just everyone knows them, and we really appreciate it. And the other is that you were doing a community presentation. You've really worked hard with our vendors that are selling along the highways. You have provided education for them. That's the kind of department that you are. So I appreciate everything that you do, and all of your staff that are working within the detention. Those special programs I'm sure they will be coming back here soon. And those are very important programs within our detention centers. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Lena. Next up, we have Supervisor Horstman. Patrice.
Thank you. And thank you, Sheriff Driscoll. And I want to just comment on Supervisor Fowler. I'm really glad you underscored that we are not talking, nor have we ever talked about defunding the sheriff's department. What we are talking about is trying to come up with extensive needs in our community and weighing and balancing those needs and how we can best serve all elements and all residents within our community. And Sheriff Driscoll, I want to personally thank you and your staff for the hard work and the dedication that you have given our community, and often in very difficult, challenging, and sometimes, quite frankly, dangerous service to members of our community. As you know, more than anyone, many times the Sheriff's Department is the first call when someone is in need. And when you talk about 77,000 calls to your department in a year, well, you know, that just kind of speaks for itself, the importance that you play and that your staff plays here for members in our community. The patrol, the number of deputies serving our county, I recognize we're the second largest geographic county in the continental United States. And the space, the miles in between calls and service and needs are great. And I certainly would be in favor of looking at ways to budget for an increase in funding in this area. It's certainly needed. I am continuing to have concerns about a use in our forested lands. Not only is it a law enforcement and a concern in terms of our environment, but it certainly is causing a lot of ongoing difficulties and problems with our rural communities. Camping, and of course, people are loving our public lands to death. They're wanting more glamping. They're wanting more camping. There's higher requests for larger developments in our rural areas and our rural communities. Tourism, we are and we get so much economic benefit for being a playground really for the state and really the nation. And tourism is a big part of our economy, but it certainly has a cost associated with that. Both in search and rescue and traffic. And thank you for all your help on 180 and for this, the folks in my district. And also you are in a position where the Sheriff's Department ends up doing tremendous amount of law enforcement and responses on federal lands. And something needs to be done. These are challenges that we do need to address. I'm not sure if it's through increased partnership. I know it's going to have to be requests for the federal government to play more of a role in this area. I don't know if cross-deputizing would help and help with our tribal partners, but certainly the needs are and the needs and the requests and the calls to your department, they aren't going to decrease as we move forward. It's only going to increase. So any thoughts you might have on that, I'd love to hear. And I absolutely will take you up on your offer for a tour of the jail and a ride along. Last ride along I did was a couple decades ago, and it was very instructive and educational. So I look forward to doing that again. So thank you for you and your department's service to our community. And, you know, lots of needs, and we're going to do what we can to try to help, especially in that the patrol needs that you've got within your department. So thanks again, Sheriff Driscoll.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, board. So Sheriff Jim, any wrap up?
Yeah, I'll be very quick. Supervisor Fowl, you talked about Tuba City. Absolutely, it is one of the highest priorities we have for a position to fill, and we will keep it working until we do. It was mentioned about the feds and their involvement. I appreciate the job that the federal agencies do, but after 5 o'clock at night and on weekends, we're the only one who answers our phone when there's a problem. These are land management agencies, and we as law enforcement end up dealing with land management issues. And when I would rather focus our time and effort on keeping people safe, we're resolving disputes over picnic tables, or who got to a campsite first, or somebody throwing trash or not putting out their campfire. And again, these are important, but at the same time, Supervisor Horstman, you mentioned that as well, and that's important to keep in mind. One last thing I need to say is, as far as your emails and things like that, I was approached by 3 different organizations over the past 2 weeks, asking me what they could do to help me get more deputies. And I said, contact the board. I didn't tell them what to do, what to say. And Supervisor Fowler, I never suggested defunding, because I know that isn't, some people take a lot of license when they come up with an idea. So all I actually told them is if you want to notice your respective board member, that's up to you. So that's where it was left. And Supervisor Horstman, you also mentioned the idea of cross-commissioning. Right now, we do that. I cross-commission the federal law enforcement officers to act as Arizona State peace officers. And that gives them the ability to enforce state law. That has been effective. That works well. We work well with their law enforcement folks, but they don't have enough people either. There's 5 people, 5 officers for our county, and that's not enough with the amount of federal forest land that we have. So again, this is a huge nut to crack. I think it's going to have something needs to be done. As you did last 2 weeks, we provided information to Senator Kelly's office. We need help. And I think, being able to, for him to support the idea of maybe the feds need to look at what they can do with the help of the Congress is important. But I want to end by saying thank you. Matt, you said it very well. You've been supportive, and we appreciate that. We've enjoyed a good relationship. We try to maintain an effective relationship with our community, our groups within the community. We can always improve. We can always do better. But I want to maintain our relationships. I want to enhance relationships whenever we can. But I mean, we're at kind of a tipping point where we're not able to meet demands. And that's why I'm here. Making this, request is we're not able to keep up with the demands that are being created by the forces that we can't control. So thank you for your past support, your understanding of the situations that we encounter, that we're in. And my last hope is that we get COVID behind us in the rearview mirror as quick as we can, so we can get things back to normal as much as possible. But thank you all again.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead, Lena.
Thank you, Sheriff. I really appreciate that. Mr. Chair and County Manager and Public Works, we as Board of Supervisors, we serve on various committees. I am at the national level. I'm on the tourism and the Vice Chair of the Rural Caucus. I think that, and Matt with your transportation and WIR and all the other committees that we are on, this needs to become a priority with the national association, and really start having some serious conversation around law enforcement and federal agencies. So I will end with that. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Yeah, again, Sheriff, thank you, and compliments to you and all your deputies, your staff. Just the miracles you performed during COVID. Absolutely appreciate it. Wonderful. So important to everybody. So thank you. As you know, we're going to do wrap up in the next couple of days. See what we can do. The infusion of federal money will be very helpful, but we'll also be looking at our general fund and what we can do with those elements that you really need help with. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you. And you're right, my folks rock, and I'm very proud of them. So thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
Steve.
So, Mr. Chairman, we are right on time, actually. So after lunch today, we start with Superior Court at 1 o'clock and then Justice Courts. And then we'll be wrapping up an early wrap so that we can recharge for the hearing tonight. So.
All right. Yes. So this has been fascinating. With that, let's see, that has us, we don't quite have an hour though. We're pretty close to that. So we're coming back at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'll go ahead and we'll recess and we'll see everybody back at 1 o'clock.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Well, hello, Patrice.
It's another gorgeous day out there.
Isn't it so tempting?
I know, I took a walk. I figured I needed to do something. So, and I found can you see this? The lilac.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, I love the smell of
I
lilac.
do.
We had giant bushes in our yard back where I grew up.
Me too. Right outside of our bedroom window. It was just perfect.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, certain flowers, that hyacinths, just stand
That
out
and-
with that.
and what?
Hyacinths, the fragrances that stand out, you know.
That's true.
Although they're all over. The fruit trees are smelling good. The
Yeah, it is.
golden currant, yeah.
So,
Well, hello, Geronimo.
Hey, everyone.
Good morning or afternoon.
it's
Guess we're afternoon.
now.
Round 2.
Yeah, round 2 for today. Last round, then we get into the nitty gritty, right?
Well, that would be round 3.
Yeah, I would say. Look, and Steve is still with us. Fantastic.
So for those that are going to be in the building today around 3:30, I'm going to order a few pizzas in. So.
Oh, I better head into town then, you know.
No,
Yeah, I guess I better show up.
Sorry. Only those are, no, just kidding. Yeah, for those that need sustenance before the hearing, for those that tend to be, that plan to be here for the, as opposed to being remote. So need a little bit of sustenance before the.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Finishing up on that stuff. Saw Lena out there. Let's see if Judy's out there. I don't see her, but I have to pull up my full screen here.
So what we can do, Claire, can you hear me?
Yes.
Let's start migrating our guests to panelists. So you have Judge Dan Slayton, you have Marty Delgadillo, Sharon Yates. So far. There may be others, but I'll check with them when they get in to see who else I'm promoting over. Please and thanks.
Okay, and let's see.
Okay.
I'm not.
So Dan is appearing. And so, Mr. Chair, if I may ask Sharon, who else we need to pull over from attendee to panelist?
Yeah, that would be good.
So Sharon, who else besides yourself and the judge and Marty should we pull over to panelist?
We should have Shelley Bacon.
Shelley Bacon, I see her. So
Jan
Cody. And then Jan Cody. Okay. So bring over Shelley Bacon. We see her, and then we see Jan Cody. I think the gang's all here.
Fantastic. I don't see Judy yet, but I'm sure she'll pop on pretty soon here. But we have the rest of the board here at this point, and it's 1 o'clock. And so great opportunity right now. We're going to move into presentations on budget by Superior Court. And I'm not seeing a judge out there. Is he out there?
Yes, he's.
Oh, there you
I'm
are.
here.
I'm looking in the bottom corner down right. Sorry, I had to broaden my view there, Judge.
It's all right.
So, Judge, welcome. And
Thank you.
I think what do we have? We're going for approximately 45 minutes. And so look forward to your presentation. We're generally looking at the department overview, what the courts are doing, your funding requests, and then we'll get into a little bit of time for board questions associated with it. But I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm going to turn the podium over to you, Judge, and welcome.
Thank you. First of all, I want to just begin by saying how grateful we are to and have been for the board and for their support of the courts, especially during the last year of the pandemic. It was really a time in which the support of the Board of Supervisors was necessary, and we absolutely appreciate the support that we got during that time. We had to make some very difficult decisions, and just knowing that the board had confidence in those in our leadership that were having to make these decisions was just really a wonderful thing for us to have to make the decisions and know we had that support. I'm not going to go over, I'm going to leave it to the expert, Sharon Yates, to go over our budget. But again, I want to thank all of you for the support you've given to us. Sharon, why don't you go ahead and take it away? I won't waste any more time.
Thank you, Judge. Chair Ryan, members of the board, county management. I first want to introduce everybody. I know that you may know some of them. They've been around for quite some time, but just in case you don't, we can put a face to the name. I'll start with our Deputy Court Administrator, Shelley Bacon. She came from Yavapai County right before the pandemic. So Judge Slayton was sworn in as the presiding judge back in July, not this last July, in 2019. Shelley came on board in August. I was appointed as the court administrator in August also. And so, of course, you know, like 7 months, 8 months later, we get right into the pandemic. So nothing like building a strong team with challenging times. I didn't know if you wanted to say anything, Shelley. No. Then we have Marty Delgadillo. She's been with us for several years. She is our senior admin manager. She handles all of our budgetary needs. And then we also have Jan Cody, who's our administrative assistant with court administration. She also helps out with budget and invoices. And I don't know if Jan, if you can turn your camera on and say hi to everybody. Oh, she may not be able to. Oh, her microphone's off. Jan?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi, I am here. My camera is being funky and I don't know how to put a background on this, so I'm kind of limited. But I'm here. Nice to meet everybody.
Thank you, Jan. So I wanted to get started before I know that everyone has a chance to receive a copy of our talking points and probably reviewed them. We're not going to go over every specific item on there, but if there are any questions, we're happy to answer. We want to spend majority of our time on the service improvement request and also a future plan and allow for any questions you may have. But before we get started, we don't have a PowerPoint presentation. And again, we have those talking points that we provided ahead of time. But before diving into it, I just want to highlight a presentation I was very fortunate to be able to attend. And it was several years ago, and I think it really hits home now, especially after the challenging and difficult year we've all had. And it was an individual by the name of Pure Quinn. And he did a presentation about justice demands the best you. And he asked the question, how often does the best version of you show up? And that's a great question, especially the last year. How often has the best you showed up? What if justice is only possible if we continue to bring the best version of ourselves to work? What if doing less than your best is an injustice to our customers we serve? Many times we, myself included, we have another opportunity to do our best. A lot of the individuals that we serve at the court, they don't have another opportunity. They already are into either, you know, it could be a divorce proceeding, criminal charges, a civil case, speeding ticket. A lot of times they don't have another day to bring the best selves to. They've already committed that offense. And so what if we're not at our best? I think our customers miss out if we're not at our best. And I know a lot of our hard work goes unnoticed, especially those front counter line staff, even our bailiffs. But we have really noticed it we noticed it several years, but definitely this past year with COVID, people brought the best self to work to provide that justice, that service to our community. And so I wanted to take a quick opportunity before we get started to thank our staff for bringing the best self to work each and every day and providing that justice to our community. And also not just our court staff, but all the other departments who have helped out. Facilities, when we needed something in a heartbeat, plexiglass, they were right there providing any assistance we needed. Human resources, I know I reached out to human resources multiple times during COVID. You know, what if someone is positive or came in contact with someone? What's our protocol? Our IT department, not just our court IT department, but also county IT has been instrumental in this past year. Parks and Rec, they have been phenomenal. We needed a space large enough to do grand jury selection, and they were right there willing to help us out. Bob Morrison over there, Cynthia, got everything done. We were able to do that very smoothly. Everyone felt safe and comfortable, 6 feet social distancing. It was really a great partnership we had. And of course, Health and Human Services and all the other departments I may have not mentioned, they were right there. And also, I just want to say we appreciate you and your support that you have provided to the courts. So thank you. I wanted to go over a couple brief budget highlights. Before I do, I want to say, I know Chair Ryan and Supervisor Fowler has been at previous board meetings, budget meetings. This is not my lucky suit. I know Gary has a lucky suit every time. Steve too, I forgot. He always wore a lucky suit to his budget meetings. So hopefully it's lucky for me. I might have to wear this every year if it is lucky.
At least it's not USC stuff, you know, so.
Yeah. I should have wore a hat too, right? So I wanted to go just over a few highlights over this last year. And we know it's been very difficult and challenging. And I've attended some of the board budget presentations, and a lot of things focused on compensation, which I believe our employees do need to be compensated. The market adjustment's great because it puts the whole range up and it helps for future recruitment. But I also think if there's any way we can do anything for our employees who have worked the last 12 months, that'd be greatly appreciated. We've had a lot of individuals who continue to bring their best self to work to provide that service. And, you know, having those challenges, whether kids at home, taking care of an elderly person, someone, you know, got COVID in their family, death in the family, they still stepped up when we needed them to. So we had to modify our delivery services, just like numerous other departments. We have stayed open this entire time. So we need to make sure that Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, our doors are open to provide this service to our community. However, we did have an opportunity to change things for more virtual. We did a lot of virtual court hearings, which was great. We also, the Supreme Court, AOC, Administrative Office of the Courts, who kind of oversees the courts within the state of Arizona, streamline e-filing of cases, which was great. Sometimes they're behind the curve here at the court. And so I think COVID had a lot of positive effects also. And so we did integrate a lot of technology into our services. The last year, 18 months, we did do a facility needs assessment. The National Center for State Courts came in and looked at not just the courts, what our needs are in the future for facility planning, but also our justice partners. So public defender, legal defender, county attorney, adult probation, juvenile court, to see what the space requirement is for the future. And we got that final report. That is one of the things in our work plan that we would like to move forward with a plan. What are we going to do with that report? Because we are running out of space here at the courthouse, including our justice partners. And so we really want to work on that in the future. We implemented our judicial performance review. So we switched to the merit system. And we have our first judge who went through that process and got appointed by Governor Ducey, and that's Judge Krieger. And right now we're going through the performance part of all 4 of our judges. It would have been 5, but Judge Krieger made that deadline before she had to get her performance review. And what that means is we're handing out surveys this year. They're going to be digital. Some paper will be handed out to rate the performance of the judge. So this is where our community has an opportunity to give feedback on how our judges are doing. And we should get those results, I believe, the beginning of next year for those. And those are going to be in the voter pamphlets for when those judges are up for retention election. Judge Slayton, did you want to say anything? I know he was very instrumental in moving that piece forward. No, okay. Our workload. So this past fiscal year, just like many other departments, is not a realistic year for data for case filings. We saw a tremendous decrease in criminal filings. And I know it's on the talking points, but you can also see on page 18 of the documents that budget prepared, there's a little quarterly filings chart, and you can see how significant of a decrease. Prior to COVID, our criminal cases were trending upward, anywhere from 10 to 17%, they were trending upwards, increase. This past fiscal year and a few months of the prior fiscal year, we were down 12% of criminal filings. And we know that they probably are coming. I don't believe referrals to the county attorney's office, law enforcement activity has decreased. And so we need to prepare for those criminal filings to come into our court. On average, per quarter, we have 350 criminal filings. One of the quarters we saw as low as 136 criminal filings. And so that was significant decrease. Judge Slayton, did you want to say something?
No, go ahead,
Okay.
Sharon. You're
You
fine.
took off your mute.
No,
so I
sorry.
just want to make sure. No, it's okay. Also, civil cases, we saw an increase prior to COVID. It was trending upwards, about 8 to 10%. And this last fiscal year, it was down approximately 4%. So not significantly down, but we did see a decrease. And one of the things we are anticipating is evictions being filed into Superior Court because of the dollar threshold. Anything above 10,000 would go to Superior Court. And we know how high the rent costs are in Flagstaff and then other areas within Coconino County. And so we're anticipating to see some of those filings come in. DR, which is domestic relations, those are your family divorce cases, dissolution cases, another word for divorce. We saw it was trending upwards about 12%. This last fiscal year, it was down by 20%. And again, it's the same thing. We feel, again, it's all projections, that we're going to see that increase due to COVID. Families have really struggled and lots of challenges they faced. And so we may even see an increase in our domestic relations cases. I'm going to pause there in case there are any questions, and we can talk a little bit more when we get into our service improvement request.
Do we have any questions right now? And oh, go ahead, Patrice.
Yeah, just one. And Sharon, I mean, I know that you're expecting some criminal cases, I guess. Is there any communication with the county attorney's office and others to give you an idea of what you're looking at or what to expect?
Supervisor Horstman, that has been something we have attempted to learn for some time. We're basing the estimate on cases that were withheld from filing based upon the numbers that we have seen in the preceding year, in 2018, what we saw in 2019, what we saw in 2020. So with the decrease in the amount of filings, we know that there are X amount of cases with about 90% certainty that have been either not filed or been withheld. That's the decision of Mr. Ring's office. That's, his decision as to how he's going to process those cases and how many he's going to process. So we were anticipating based upon the numbers from the previous years, but we don't have an accurate amount. I know that Judge Coker, who has been very strong, retired Judge Coker, has been very strong in trying to get that information. But as of yet, we don't have an exact count that comes out of Mr. Ring's office. And you know, I mean, it's a process that he has to go through. So I don't know that we could necessarily say he knows exactly how many cases. He still has to review those cases. The charging attorneys have to review those cases and then make a determination which ones are going to be filed and which ones won't be.
So when he told us he had 77 criminal trials backlogged, those are not trials that are on the calendar, or are these trials that in fact are already on the calendar and there are more coming?
The word backlog, I don't know that I would necessarily describe it that way. These are cases for which, for whatever reason, and especially, you know, with your legal background, you understand the county attorney and the defense attorney did not reach an agreement. And so they have indicated to the trial court judges, this matter should be set for trial. We had trials that were set that we had to move forward. They were reset, they were set in 2020, but we had to move them.
Yeah.
And so those are trials that are on the calendar. They are trials that, because of the issue with the virus, we could not try. And now we are bringing them, we are now pushing our way through them. And so I don't know about the number of 77. The last I heard, it was around 50, or 55, which is a huge amount in and of itself.
Mm-hmm.
Given that the most that we ever had, I think at one time, was 17 trials. So that's what we're facing.
Chair Ryan, Supervisor Horseman, we do have, I don't know if you want to use the term backlog, but kind of with jury trials, because we couldn't move forward with jury trials. Only on certain situations we did move forward. We conducted 3 during the pandemic, and then April 1st is when the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court lifted his administrative order with regards to the Rule 8, the time that you have to go to a jury trial. And so now we have all these jury trials that I call in the pipeline, and they're very fluid because we could have it set and then something changes in the case, but we had approximately in the 50s set from here to the end of the year. Right now we have 2 going on at the same time. And with jury trials too, we have facility limitations. And so we can't handle more than 2 jury trials, maybe 3, that's pushing it at one given time due to staffing issues and also facility issues with 6 feet social distancing. It's very hard with the space we have.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're using the terminology bubble. There is a bubble.
There is a bubble.
Yeah, and we need to look at that. All right, why don't we hold questions so we can get through the budget, okay, and then we can really follow up on questions.
Perfect. A couple other things I want to highlight. I know we talked about the jury trials. In last fiscal year, we completed 9, 8 was criminal, 1 is civil. So you can see that typically that's an average, not last year, but on average, we go from 11 to 19 per year. And so having those in the 50s scheduled from here to the end of the year is really troubling just because of resources and facility needs. We still continued on with our programs. Our recovery court program right now has 32 individuals in it. We have a veterans court program. I believe they have about 6 in their veterans court program. We are participating in the veterans stand down this Friday over at the Armory. So we're really excited to participate in that great community event. A lot of our programs, I want to highlight the things our staff have done. A lot of our programs, our staff has tried to save expenses to the county by taking things internally. So these are just examples. Our recovery court coordinator, we used to send out those pre-screenings to see if these individuals would fit to the program, if they were high needs, high risk. He took that in internally. So now he does it within his job duties and responsibilities, his salary. We also have our alternative dispute resolution individual who's in charge of conciliation court. So he's in charge of 2 different programs. He also, when he came on board many years ago, he took in internally our parent custody evaluations. And those prior to him coming on board, we were paying anywhere from, depending on how complex it was, $10,000 to $20,000 per child custody evaluations. Now he does those as part of his job responsibilities within the salary. We've also taken our parent education class internally, individuals who are going through a dissolution, divorce, separation. They have to take this class if they have children. We were paying an outside provider to provide that class. We have taken that on internally to save those costs and instead keep those fees within the county. And our staff, those are just very few examples, but our staff are always going above and beyond to see how we can take things internally if it makes sense to take them internally. Sometimes it doesn't make sense. We have to have an outside provider do those items. And so I wanted to highlight the efforts our staff have been making. I wanted to get into our service improvement requests. I know that we don't have too much time here today, and we do have a few service improvement requests. One of the service improvement requests, I know we kind of touched on it a little bit, is adding an additional Superior Court division for a 2-year period of time because of this bubble, so to speak, of our anticipation of criminal filings, even civil filings, and also domestic relation filings. And so even prior to COVID, we saw a steady increase in the criminal filings, and we really felt the workload impact on our current staff. I mean, our staff have done so much, it's hard to ask for them to do some additional duties. And we really strive, we have time standards, and that is when the case is filed to the time it's disposed of, where it's adjudicated, we're done with the case, we close out the case. We have these statewide time standards. We really strive to meet them. And if we don't have enough resources, you're going to see that time to disposition, the time the case stays open in the court system, longer and longer and longer. Even though there may be a just outcome to it, if you have a victim case, if it says it takes 3 years to process that case, I don't know if the victim would feel that it was just because it took 3 years to process it, even if we had a just outcome or a fair outcome of that case. And so we really need these additional resources. And of course, with the anticipation of additional filings, we don't want to impact that time to disposition, how long the case is open. In addition, a lot of our jury trials have been postponed, as we mentioned previously, due to COVID. We have redone our case assignments internally. We have 6 downtown Superior Court divisions. Juvenile court is a Superior Court division, but they are off a sawmill in the juvenile court facility. So we have 6, but we really have only 5 courtrooms that are jury trial ready. By that, I mean they have jury boxes. However, we only have 4 jury deliberation rooms. But again, with COVID, we aren't able to do 5 different jury trials at one time, or even 4 jury trials at one time. But we rearranged our case assignments to try to increase the capacity to do jury trials, and then also to hopefully decrease some expenses. So one thing that we did with our case filings is we have one division now that's going to be handling all of our mental health cases and creating a mental health court within the Superior Court. And that is Judge Fanny Steinlage for Division 6. She's very passionate about those cases. She was part of the mental health program, the court program in Justice Court. And we feel by doing this, she will have a handle on the individuals who are needing either a Rule 11, which is a mental health evaluation. And then those sometimes go into, I know it's been discussed previously, the restoration to competency program, where it's a very costly program if we send them down to the Arizona State Hospital. And so by having one judge, I know Shelley, with her expertise from Yavapai County, they saw in Yavapai County a decrease in these expenses of mental health evaluations. And also they have an internal program there for restoration to competencies. Another item we did is to add Division 6 into the loop of criminal cases. Previously, we only had 4 divisions that were handling criminal cases. And by doing that, it's going to allow us to process those criminal cases a little bit more quicker. We are reviewing it on a constant basis, the work impact on these divisions, and not just the judges, but the staff too in those divisions, the judicial assistant, our court reporter. And so we will be working with the judges to see how their workload is being impacted. We do have a great expert here in Coconino County that I know Judge Slayton mentioned, Judge Coker. He used to travel nationally and teach classes on case flow management. And so he's really taken a look at our case flow management here, and he's going to have some recommendations for Judge Slayton and I, and hopefully we can implement it. I know he's been interviewing county attorney, public defender, legal defender, and so hopefully we can glean some insight with his report. Our next service improvement request is to add additional bailiff staffing, court security staffing. So we have technically 6 full-time bailiffs on our books, so to speak, but 2 of them are fully reimbursed by the city of Flagstaff. We provide security over at Flagstaff Municipal Court. So technically we only have 4 on our books for Superior Court, the downtown location. And we have 6 divisions. We have Flagstaff Justice Court, the clerk's office. We have screening. We have to have someone at the front to screening every individual coming into court. And in that 4, it also includes our chief of security. And so he has administrative duties that he has to do on top of everything else. And so we really feel the need. We have to have additional full-time bailiff staffing. They do both. So when you go to Maricopa, you'll hear the term bailiff. Those are individuals that are in the courtroom. They don't technically provide security. They help the judge with paperwork, back and forth, evidence. They help the court tech in the courtroom. Here we have a combination. So our bailiffs are also bailiffs and court security officers. However, we can't provide a bailiff in every single hearing for every single division because we just don't have the staff and manpower to do it. On top of those duties, they also control the jury. They have a jury trial, they're in charge of that jury. And so if that jury is in deliberations, they have to sit outside that door. We can't use that bailiff, court security officer anywhere else in the building. They're responsible, they're sworn in, they're responsible for that jury. And again, I always say it's not if, it's when something's going to happen. And we've had a couple when incidents here recently in the courthouse. And it was just perfect timing. One that comes to mind is we had an individual who did not want to go through screening, and he ran in through the metal detector. We don't know what he had on him. And fortunately, our bailiffs were coming down to change post at that time. And it took 4 of them to get that individual to the ground. And so it was just a perfect timing for everyone to be there. We use our temp staff heavily. And so we rely on temp staff. However, I don't think that's a solution. That's a Band-Aid right now, our temp staff. A lot of our temp staff are on-call bailiffs. They are retired. So they like to pick and choose when they want to work. And we try to accommodate that. But there's times they're not available when we really need them. And we're seeing a lot of comp time for our current staff. And then just trying to fill the needs with a very skeleton crew. And, we have the duty to provide a safe and secured environment, not only to our staff, but also to our customers. And so we really feel the need. We've gone by so long without adding additional bailiff staff that we really need to add some additional bailiff staff. And the other service improvement request is for judicial services mandate. We've done this many years. These are mandated services for critical functions. They include jury services, interpreter services, court transcripts, we call them Rule 11 evaluations, mental health evaluations, guardianship investigations. And so these are mandated services. We have no choice. We have to provide them, and we have to have the funding to do so. And I know the board in the past has been very gracious and approved one-time funding for it. And we're asking for ongoing funding for that service improvement request. And I know this year, Marty can speak a little bit more about it. We do have some cost savings this year just because of COVID. We didn't have those jury costs. We didn't have as much transcripts or interpreter services needed. I know we're running a little short on time because I want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to ask questions. So we're going to go on to our work plan. I know I kind of addressed a few of those items. Again, we really want to do a long-term facility planning process for the court facilities. Again, even like the clerk's office, you go back, if you've ever taken a tour of the clerk's office, you know, she is running out of space there too. And I know with COVID, we can do some telework, and so we can do some shared office space, but that I don't believe that's a solution for long-term facility needs. We also want to develop programs and solutions to meet the needs of our mental health individuals. We've seen a significant increase in mental health cases, not just individuals that have cases with us, individuals coming to the courthouse, our law library, doing legal research, and we try to help them the best we can. And so we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to develop programs and solutions. And so we think one of the solutions is consolidating all those cases into one division. We are also currently right now, we're doing a request for information. We just got feedback on that. We're going to send it out to providers we know in the community for an out of custody outpatient restoration to competency program, just to see if there's any information out there with our current providers. We probably will move forward with a request for proposals after that to see. It will not be the solution for everybody, but there are individuals who can be out of custody and participate in an outpatient program to restore them to competency. We just don't have anywhere in town. I know even Yavapai County, I got a phone call not too long ago. They asked if we had one and we didn't. And so I think it will help not just for Superior Court, it can even help with City Court, Justice Court, if we had an alternative solution to those restoration to competencies. We are excited that we're having our strategic planning event. I know some of you participated in every single one of them. That is coming up in September, on September 23rd. So I hope you all received a save the date letter for that event. That event, we have received numerous awards. We get community stakeholders together and CJ stakeholders together to plan for the future of the courts. It's usually a 5-year plan. We do a 20-year, but we break it down to 5-year increments. And so we're looking forward to that. We are planning a hybrid. We know individuals may not still feel comfortable coming together in person. And so we want to give the option of them participating virtually in that conference. And we're working with a consultant. We've worked with her on a couple of our strategic planning events in the past, and she's very familiar with doing hybrid conferences, since that has been a recent trend lately. And so I think it may help us get more participation in the event. So we're looking forward to it. And we're hoping that the board members and county management are able to attend that event. And I'm going to stop there and see if there are any questions, or at least first I'm going to ask Judge Slayton if he wants to chime in and fill in where I might have missed something.
No, Sharon, thank you. I appreciate the presentation.
I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chair.
All right. Well, thank you, Sharon. And just to note, Judge, thank you for the compliments for what staff have been able to do to help out. You know, as you know, we all try and come together and help each other out. And it has been trying times for everybody. So certainly appreciate that. And, you know, before we go through the board and their questions, I'll turn it over to County Manager Steve Peru. Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Judge Slayton, and staff. Thank you for the information that was provided today. With regard to the service improvement requests, we do have several of them recommended in terms of restoration of competency, Rule 11, a couple of others. But I think it may sound like a broken record, but I think we may have the opportunity to look at the ARP funding opportunity, particularly as it relates to behavioral health. So within the public health category of ARP, there is a category for behavioral health in the way the guidance reads is new or enhanced state and local government services that may be needed in the area of mental health, substance abuse, and other behavioral health needs. And so I think when we look at the mental health court, I think even if we look at restoration of competency, we may be able to justify some of those funds to be replaced with our funding. Again, it is within that behavioral health area. And so certainly looking forward to having a discussion with all of our county justice partners to discuss the opportunities, because we all know that when we make an adjustment to one part of the system, it does have a corresponding effect throughout. And so we'll be looking at that for discussion. And also want to acknowledge, as it's been done before, our employees, our team members, our colleagues with COVID who never left the workplace and who were there from day one. And we always want to talk about reentry, but first talking about those employees who were not able to leave and really were on the front line throughout the entire pandemic. So credit and acknowledgement and gratitude to those fine individuals. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm glad I get a message that flashes and tells me I'm muted. I still do it all the time. Let's see. So first and foremost, I really appreciate the presentation and understand the unique circumstance that we're under. We've continued to have the conversation about the bubble. You know, how can we focus our attention to that? And it might take a big chunk of our ARP money to take a look at that, to work together. You know, a question that I'm, you know, have wandering through my mind right now, and it's, you know, it was laced throughout your presentation, Sharon and Judge. It was, even if we do that, we got to think about the space scenario, and to a certain degree, sure, we need our long term, and we need to redefine who we are and how do we do it, all that. But as we address this bubble, it'll beg for something different, something innovative, and I'm not sure how far conversations have moved in that way. It'd be interesting to hear, because that's an area that certainly we need to address, you know, sooner than later associated with it. And you know, and you might not have the solution right away, but they are pieces to think about. As always, we appreciate the specialty courts and the assignment of cases is really, you know, it shows your how you're really moving people in their areas of specialization, but also you know, dealing with unique circumstances. It's a combination of the two, but it's looking how to optimize that solution to restoration to competency. Yeah, any way we can help out to help look for that, see what the solution is. It is a very important area, but a very expensive area that we know we need to address. So certainly appreciate that. I'll keep my comments, you know, short, knowing we're going to have many more, you know, from a strategic standpoint of first, you know, the budget, but along that, this bubble that's come about, we certainly need to work with. One last piece, though, is as we've worked through the budget, there is some level of coordination that we need to think about from a systemic perspective. One area that we adjust will impact another area. You know, it's an ongoing conversation that we have, but we don't want it to get too lopsided. We know we need to make adjustments to help out. It's how do we get a coordinated conversation so that we can enhance you know, our opportunity and consider the systematic approach associated with it. On that, let me go ahead and roll through, and we'll start out with a kind of just been doing a numeric with the supervisor. So we'll start with Supervisor Begay. I'll have you first up, and then we'll roll through in that order.
Good afternoon, staff. Mr. Judge Slayton, and also Sharon, and is it May Dagendale? Anyway, and I see that, you know, your presentation, and Shelley, I see the presentation to be very, in general, I guess it's, you know, all about services and getting, improving and expanding services and things like that. So I know that you're really looking at possibility of this alternative ways to resolve disputes. That kind of, you know, did a little flag for me, and I think it's very important because in all aspects of our organization or department, you have to do that and ensure that, you know, those there's other ways of resolving things, and also addressing your court operations to make it better and make it more user-friendly or more customer-oriented, and then your recovery courts, and then your integrated family courts as far as substance abuse counseling, mental health assessments, and all the all the mediation that you're doing. You know, that takes a lot of work, and the law library and the legal talk and all of that. You know, I'm very happy to see that you're really going out and getting information out there and customers to our constituents. And then I know that all the staff that have done, all the departments that have done their presentations pretty much have a lot of challenges, and there's a lot of increase in their workloads, and also, you know, and which causes, you know, like more fund that's needing more funding out there for the staff to carry out their duties and responsibilities. And then also infrastructure. I know there's old buildings that you know, some staff are working out of, and infrastructure, you know, that needs to be addressed, because we just want to make sure that, you know, the environment for staff is very important too, as to how they do their jobs. And audio equipment, you're talking about that. Also, your department's talking about the audio equipment that, you know, there needs to be a replacement of that. And so the more complex problems, social problems that we encounter, and it's going to cost more money, and then given everything that goes along with it. So and then you also want to improve like public safety and the well-being of those that have mental illness. I really appreciate that, because, you know, in a couple other presentations that were made, that was something that they were focusing on, because we don't know why a person is facing that issue, and that, you know, there's a lot that, especially through this COVID, that it's pretty much anything from not working and also losing loved ones or whatever. So so your then the court service delivery, I think that's very important too, because we need to make sure that we're out there for the community and ensuring and letting them know that, you know, these are the type of services that we have, and then also as far as your department is going. And then you're also partnering with other departments, and I really appreciate that. And and other organizations, and then the tribes, you know, to possibly reduce duplication of services, you know, from your department. So then addressing the 21st century technology, I think everybody needs to get on that bandwagon. You know, from what I hear from the departments, you know, we need to all sing the same tune, so to speak, and make sure that, you know, we have adequate, you know, adequate infrastructure, and then also broadband and internet services that's needed. And so all in all, you know, I know that you're asking, it has some SIRs, and, you know, I will certainly support, you know, whatever we can. You know, as you know, there are funds from ARP that we may be using, There's other funds and there's grants out there. And I know that this board has mentioned a couple of times that we might be able to get a grant writer for the whole or Coconino County programs and departments to see where they can help us to get more funding. And so I just wanted to say thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciated it. And then also, you know, you have a lot on your shoulder, all you and your staff, and it's a job well done. And I have a lot of faith that, you know, a lot of it will be for the better as far as getting your department to where you want it to be. So, but it's going to take funding. It's going to take, you know, various things that come along with it. But, you know, we're here to try to help you in any way for your department to be successful. Thank you very much.
Right, and Sharon, Judge, don't hesitate to you know, step in if you want to step in here. I have next up. I have Vice Chair Lena Fowler.
Hello, Sharon, and hello, Judge and team. Really good to see you, and just good to go over your budget with you. You know, it is challenging times, and our technology is gives it an opportunity to actually do more now too. You know, out into our communities, we've have over the years, we've been able to link up our judges out in the Fredonia and Page area. And now I'm just wondering with that opportunity, and I think you're just sticking with the same program right now, and I know it will develop, but you know, if there was a possibility of doing a little more outreach, court outreach into the community of some sort, I'm not sure. But, you know, I'm thinking about Tuba City Court also. Sharon, you and we all started that out there, and it's still on a voluntary basis, and wondering if we might be able to classify that as a specialty court. Maybe put that into that category. Maybe actually start funding it and making a commitment to say that we can provide service out there with the city of Flagstaff and maybe even other courts if it went there. Also, your service request. I was kind of the bailiff. You want two more bailiff to be added, and is there like there's no private sector for that one, huh?
No, unfortunately there isn't. It is monitored through the AOC, all of the background checks, so on and so forth. So there's also, I think, probably, even if there was a private security firm that could be used, the cost, I think, would be probably more than what two bailiffs would be for us. Sharon, I'd turn that over to you because I know we have talked about that.
Yeah, I just so Supervisor Fowler, I come from Yavapai, and we had contract security for most of my career in Yavapai, and right before I left, they moved to in-house security, and there's various reasons, one of which is when you pay a security company to provide security services, you're paying them a certain amount, and they in turn are paying just above minimum wage for security personnel. And so you get what you pay for when you have contracted security. They're looking to make a profit, which is completely understandable. But in the end, I believe that safety, can be compromised. And as Judge Slayton mentioned, the state is now kind of mandating how security officers are trained.
Mhm.
And that is for consistent security practices throughout the state. And so it's coming from a county where they utilized contract security. It's not something I would recommend personally. So.
And Chair Ryan, Supervisor Fowler, just to add to that too, with contract security, we've had to use them in a pinch, and we usually put them at the front gate, but that's where we have individuals coming in who have mental health issues, who have trauma coming into our court facility, and we never know who we're getting from a contract vendor. And we like to train our in-house staff of those situations, and then they know where to send people for help. They know how to handle individuals. Our goal here is not to call law enforcement if someone is erratic coming into the courthouse. We have a great team who try to de-escalate this situation. The last thing, which we've had to call, but the last thing we want these individuals to do is to get another arrest or contact with law enforcement. So we really, really train our court security officers to de-escalate the situation and have them leave on their own without law enforcement. And our security officers are also bailiffs, so they kind of act in two roles, which is great opportunity for that. And I just want to address one other thing about community events. We're happy to go out. So if there's an event, we love it. Just like the stand down that's coming. I think it's very rewarding to get out there, talk to the community, about what we do. I'm very passionate about the courts and what we do. And so we're happy to get out in the community in any way possible. I know internally here, we've talked about downtown specifically, and I know we're a large county. If there's other events outside of Flagstaff, is to participate in the first Friday art walks. Not this year, but maybe next year, involve schools to do for our law day event, have them do some artwork, and then we can display it in the courthouse lobby area and open it up for people to see those children's artwork. And then also open our courthouse. We have a beautiful courthouse downtown. And when people come from out of town, doing first Friday art walk, our courthouse is closed. It'd be nice to be able to open, not the whole thing, but open some of it. They can see the history that we have here.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering what kind of the makeup of the population that is moving through the courts. And you have interpreters. You're under your enhanced level of service. Depending on what kind of I think as a judicial system, legal system, majority of the people that are moving through our system, and is majority of them are Native Americans. Is that correct? I would think that there would be
I would have to check the figures on that, but I don't think that if you're looking at the number of cases that are filed, so say for criminal filings, that the majority are filed against Native Americans. There's certainly a significant amount of Native Americans who find their way into or come into our justice system. But I don't think that the figures would say that 60 to 70% of all those who've been charged with felonies are Native American, 20% are white, 10% African American, 5% Hispanic. I don't think those numbers would bear out. Again, not to say that there aren't a significant amount of interactions with Native Americans. But I don't think that it would be a majority of those who are charged with felony filings are Native Americans.
And if I can follow up, my
sure,
apologies.
go ahead, Marty.
If I can follow up with the presiding judge, as I negotiate a lot of the contracts for interpreters and work very closely with Judith Costello, who's our court interpreter coordinator. The majority of interpretive use and requests for interpreters is Hispanic, the Latin languages. Secondly would be Navajo. I would say 75% are for Latin speakers, Hispanic, and another 20% for Navajo. And then the remainder of that percentage is a mishmash of different communities, diverse speaking communities. I hope that is helpful. And we can provide you with some stats because Judith tracks the interpreter usage and what languages are requested, should you wish.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what kind of population, but we're not doing that now, but I'm just looking at your budget because you have court interpreters here. Court, these are just, I guess, areas of enhancement that needs to be done. So, you know, we are really, your courts, you all do a great job. I know that we work closely together, and another division has been requested for a while and been in the works for some time now. And so I think that that some maybe with the federal dollars coming through, but once you do another division, how many more staff, how many more support, you know, equipment, everything else, you know, what would be the total dollars on that? And we'll have to keep on moving in that direction, and the facility issues that we have. I know we were talking about building another court facility, and we haven't picked that back up yet. So I guess at some point we'll be able to start having discussions about that again. So thank you. And
thank you, Supervisor Fowler.
We have an opportunity, like Steve says, you know, this year to maybe look at some of these one-time funding. I'm really happy that he's identified the mental health, and in that category, there may be others that can be put in there. I really think the interpreters may be fit in there as well. I don't know what kind of cases are going through, but if we can identify some of those areas, so we'd be able to put them in that area. So thank you very much, Judge Slayton. Thank you for all your work. I know you have a full plate and then some on your plate. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, it is amazing how much time our judges and everybody else puts in. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, I'll try to keep it brief. I know we're really running out of time. Obviously, Judge Slayton, you and your staff have just done a great job, especially during the COVID crisis and having to adjust with all the uncertainties and challenges that created. You certainly have a very innovative Superior Court system, Veterans Court, Recovery Court, now looking at a mental health division. I think that's wonderful, and you all should be commended for your efforts in that area and on behalf of our community. A couple of things just real quick on the bubble with the jury trials. I'm disappointed we don't have more information on numbers. It would really help us. And you know, how much of that it was something that had just occurred over time versus how much of that occurred as a result of COVID. It's been very hard to really assess what's going on, to just be direct with you. And I would like to get more information on that. I know that's something we will probably address outside of or as a complement, I should say, to our budget system. I'm also agreeing with you that there is a concern in terms of secure courthouse. I mean, I take a look at what's happening across this country, and I think it's extremely important that we have secure courthouse courtrooms, and that our judges, our staff, and quite frankly, those that are using our court system are safe. And I think that's important for us to take a close look at. I like the idea of the video conferencing. That may be a way to help with having a safe courthouse, but also it may be a more efficient and effective use of time and space. And I think in terms of a long-term project, we need to look at long-term facilities planning for a judicial system within Coconino County. That's way beyond this budget process, but it's certainly something that needs to be reviewed and looked at. And we talk about CJCC as an avenue for enhancement of collaboration and communication between the criminal justice system and the criminal justice programs. And all of this could also be facilitated by long-term planning on a judicial center. So in the future, I look forward to that. In terms of here now, in terms of this budget, we have some big challenges, and I hope that we, ARP, will be able to help somewhat in those addressing some of these challenges. We also have statutory requirements and mandates that need to be met. The restoration to competency is a perfect example of something that's very expensive and is a absolute requirement. So thank you again for all you do. Thank you for Sharon, you and your staff, and thank you, Judge Slayton, and all the rest of the Superior Court judges. We really appreciate all of your efforts on behalf of our community. Thank you.
Supervisor Horstman, just before you jump off, and I know we are short on time, but in terms of what you're looking for in terms of the trial, I mean, we can tell you the trials that were set to take place during 2020. And then we can also tell you, the number of trials that were set in 2020 that were moved, and now the new trials that we have set. So if you want, we can give you a readout of the 2020 trials, what we were set for, and then how many of those trials had to be moved. And then we have the new trial. I think we get the new trial numbers as well, the ones that have been set after April 1st.
Judge Slayton, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Mr. Chair, before we move on.
Okay, Lena, but we have to get the justice courts in also, but yeah, go ahead. And we have Geronimo coming up. Go ahead quickly.
Just to say, Judge Slayton, I was surprised actually not to see security budget this year because of just the news, I guess, in the country and stuff. But I would like to see have you evaluate all the courts for the security. I would think that might be, I don't know if it's a long-term project. I know that we had several years in a row, we had discussion about security, and but with the federal dollars that are coming through, maybe that if there's a need there, there's still a need there, maybe we can cover it. But I thought that would be a request for that in here. I know there's always a threat there, and we want to make sure that you're all safe. We are.
I appreciate that. That security was probably involved in our request for 2 more bailiffs. Is what we were looking at for security enhancement.
Okay.
And Chair Ryan, Supervisor Fowler, it kind of relates to justice courts. We do a security assessment. I think we're supposed to do them every 2 or 3 years. Probably, I think it's 3 years.
I remember that.
Isn't it? I think.
Yeah. And so we could provide those security assessments. Usually the marshal's office or someone in Flag PD does those assessments for the court. And so we do have those up to date for all of our courts.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Vasquez.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the presentation, Judge Slayton, for your service and for your staff for everything you do with the Superior Courts. I was really encouraged to hear about the diversion programs and the mental health division. I'm really looking forward to seeing how we can help support you in those efforts to provide those services, much needed services for our communities. And I'll keep this short and sweet. Just keep up the good job, and we'll work on trying to provide the resources that we can, the best we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez.
Chair Ryan? Chair Ryan?
Yeah, go ahead, Judy.
One last comment. I guess this question is, I wanted to know how there are any, what kind of intervention and referral activities that's being done from the courts, for repeated offenders or for miscellaneous. Let's say for example, alcohol abuse, they're constantly coming back in and out, and, how are we dealing, or what are some of the things that are being done that's like making referral to rehabilitation. I know a lot of times people say, well, they don't want to go, they can't go, they don't want to go, then they won't be able to go, or they will not go. But I think it's just treatment, or kind of a rehab place. I don't know if that's even feasible. So because I think a lot of this paperwork, the way I see it, that it's just basically someone that's been repeatedly coming and going, coming and going. I feel it's that way. So that's the question I have for you.
It's a great question. I think I can fairly speak for all of the trial court judges in that we are all very, very oriented towards the rehabilitation of the offenders, because we see in the rehabilitation of the offenders enhanced protection either for victims or for our community. The question comes to us, though, in the form of a plea agreement. And we really get the kind of the tail end, if you will. If it's a repeat offender who has certain prior felony convictions, it's a determination on the part of the county attorney's office as to if a plea will be offered, and if a plea is offered, does it allow for the inclusion of rehabilitation? Is it a probation available plea? So sometimes it just depends on how we do that. But I will tell you, the trial court judges, I can certainly speak for Ms. Douthit, our chief probation officer, adult probation officer, very oriented towards rehabilitation. So I hear what you're saying, and we're oriented. I can just say we're oriented towards doing that, regardless of who we have in front of us, if it can be done.
Chair Ryan and Supervisor Begay, I know that we are out of time, completely out of time. We do have a recovery court program, and I highly recommend for graduation. I believe our recovery court coordinator sends an invite to all of the board members to come to one of those graduations. It's so powerful. I mean, you have children crying, "Thank you for giving my mom, dad back to me." So our recovery court program really addresses long-term substance abuse, those high-risk, high-need individuals.
Yeah, and actually, shame we didn't have more time scheduled in. As I looked at the time for the Superior course, I thought, oh, geez, it's going to be tight here. If we had more time, it would have been a greater opportunity to expand on just what we're talking about, the specialty courts, and just what you're asking about, Supervisor Begay. But we have time to continue these conversations at a later date. Really appreciate all the work that's been done here, understand the challenges and what you're asking for, Judge Sharon. We appreciate all the professionalism and the work that everybody puts in over in the in our greater justice system. But we do need to move on. We need to move into our justice course next. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, and it looks like we have Judge Grodman that we're getting up. So we're going to transition Superior Courts out, bring Justice Courts in. There's Judge Crumbing.
Good afternoon.
Oh, we've been out in your area there, Judge.
Sorry, I missed you.
Yeah, that's all right. You were doing your job up in Tucson, so
that's correct.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's check and see that everybody's imported in.
Chair Ryan,
Yes,
I'm not sure, and Judge Grodman or Judge Crumming might be able to speak to this, and Judge Cutchin, but there may be staff, Tina Locker, Jennifer Carter, Maya Rodriguez. I'm not sure if they're out in the Beth Henson.
Maya's not.
Oh, she's not. Okay.
Maya has her father-in-law is passing away. She had to run her kids down to say goodbye to them.
Okay.
Jennifer's appearing audibly as well alongside.
Okay.
Okay, do we need to import anybody else?
Tina's here with me, so she's listening in.
Okay. The only other would be Judge Roberts and Beth Hinson if they are out there. Otherwise, I think we could. I'm not sure if they were appearing or not.
Don't see them.
Don't see them. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
We can get started. Chair Ryan, if you're ready.
I am ready. And Shelley, are you starting or?
I am.
don't know. Okay. I don't know who's presiding now. Also,
it's Judge Crombie, and and I'm going to give him the floor before he knows it.
Okay. Fantastic.
So good afternoon, Chair Ryan and members of the board. I just want to thank you for allowing us to meet with you and present our budget. I'm not sure if it's good that we're last or if it's good, not good that we're last, but we'll figure that out. So I do know that we have some new members of the board, and I just wanted to share a little background, quick background on the Justice Court for those of you who may be unfamiliar with them. We do have 4 justice courts. Each one has an elected judge who handles civil lawsuits where the disputed amount is less than $10,000. They also handle landlord-tenant disputes, small claims cases, which are cases under where the disputed amount is under $3,500, as well as civil and criminal traffic offenses, including DUIs. Our justices of the peace here also handle the very beginning of felony cases before they head to Superior Court for final disposition. They are each representative of their respective communities, and they do care deeply about their constituents. I know you've heard this over and over with departments that never closed, but the justice courts did not close either. And I just want to say that our line staff has been amazing throughout this past year, with all the challenges that the pandemic brought, including caring for sick family members, remote schooling, that was a challenge, or maybe not having the ability to find daycare. They came through it with flying colors, in my opinion, and really stepped up. And so I just want to take a minute to thank them. I also wanted to thank specifically the facilities department. They were instrumental in making sure the courts were outfitted with necessary protective equipment. And as you know, they were able to provide staff with PPE that was needed as well. And they were always just willing, even though their plates were so full. Sue and her staff were just always willing to help out and provide anything that was needed fairly quickly, honestly. So I'll get into just a little bit of our highlights. Normally we would report on our annual customer service survey day, put on hold due to the pandemic. We are hoping to re-implement that this year. We do have our annual limited jurisdiction workshop coming up next week in Page. That is going to be held in person. This is really an opportunity for all of the limited jurisdiction courts to come together and receive updates from the administrative office of the courts. That could be, Prop 207 has been really big with the legalization of marijuana. We'll be receiving updates on that as well as other legislative updates. There's also multiple training sessions that are scheduled, including some leadership training that will be provided by the Education Services Department. So I'm looking forward to that. And then it also gives the judges an opportunity just to kind of share information and any issues they may be dealing with. So that was put on hold last year, and I believe we're all kind of looking forward to some normalcy and getting back together in person. I will share with you that the Flagstaff and Williams Justice Courts began accepting online pleas as of May 1st last week. And I know Maya sent an email, I believe it was the end of last week, that they had their first one. So they're looking forward to providing that service to our customers. And Judge Grodman, was there anything you wanted to add to that? No? Or Judge Crombie?
Add to that about online
online
pleas.
Just no online please. Sorry.
Yeah, the AOC launched they call it online dispute resolution, and it's an ability to negotiate with the county attorney via a portal. and reach a plea agreement that way. And, you know, it's too new to know if it's going to be successful or not, if people are going to embrace the technology. But it's to be seen. It's absolutely brand new and we have no idea.
I will say there's other courts in the state that utilize this. I actually made a trip to Scottsdale and spoke with the court administrator there and met with the vendor that's providing the service, and they speak very highly of it. So it could be, you know, a jurisdictional type success. We'll see. But I'm excited that we do have some additional options for our customers. So
Kelly,
this year, I'm sorry, go ahead. Of course.
It's something that Maya's been working on with Judge Grodman for many years prior to the administrative office of the courts coming in with a solution. They were getting so close of launching it, and then the administrative office of the courts came in with a solution. So then it kind of changed gear on going with the vendor from the state, just because other courts are using it. So it's a great, I'm looking forward to see how many individuals take advantage of this online plea dispute resolution program. I know it's been successful in other courts, but it's been in the making for a while.
Thank you for that history, Sharon. I am fairly new, so she has a lot of the historical knowledge that I don't. So with respect to the budget, the justice courts are presenting mostly a flat budget this year, with the exception of one service improvement request that the Williams Justice Court has submitted. But just because they didn't submit service improvement requests doesn't mean that they don't have needs that they would like to request. They didn't do that basically because of the pandemic. There was nothing requested last year either. So they still have staffing and security needs that, you know, eventually we would like to request, you know, once the pandemic has settled down some and hopefully the budget restrictions are lifted. I know we're running very short on time, and I wanted to make sure that the judges who are here had an opportunity to speak. I know Judge Crumbeam, as I mentioned, we did submit the one service improvement request, and that was for additional hours for bailiffs. And I asked Judge Crumbeam just to speak a little bit about that need that he has. So Judge, if you want to go ahead.
Thanks, Shelley, and good afternoon. And Chairman Ryan, thanks. It's good to see you again. And Supervisor Fowler, good to see you as well. And to Supervisors Horstman and Vasquez and Begay, it's great to meet you. And I look forward to meeting you in person here, hopefully in the near future when we can get back to meeting in person again. Just a little bit of history. When I took office 10 years ago now, we had started implementing some security standards into our courthouse and into our practices, similar in line to what the courthouse and Flagstaff had been doing for many years. And one of those programs that we started at that time was to develop a security protocol involving bailiff and or court security officers. At the time, we kind of did it, quite frankly, with a whim and a prayer because we didn't have any dedicated funding to those types of positions. And when we first got started, we got creative within our budget, and we had some limited temporary employee budget funding that we were able to apply to start getting some personnel in place for security and bailiff responsibilities at the courthouse. And at that time, 9.5 years or so ago, we had such limited funding, we squeezed most of our court proceedings into a window between 9 and 3. And so we were able to cover a limited amount of hours every week to have security here when most of the activities of the courthouse were underway, particularly in the courtroom. But then with changes to the court minimum security standards and new administrative code coming down from the Arizona Supreme Court these last couple of years, there's requirements for courts such as ours with a full-time judge to have screening provided to basically all customers and all litigants that are coming into the courthouse. So the funding requests that we're asking for is to be able to expand that security funding or funding to expand that security screening and other security needs of the courthouse during open court hours or courthouse hours from basically 8 to 5. kind of in line with what Supervisor Fowler was talking about previously with the Superior Court, with our concerns of heightened, security issues across the country, but also in our courthouses specifically. We would still have limited personnel, one bailiff, basically one court security officer, to provide double duty, so to speak, both screening at the front door, but then also those services in the courtroom. And we've been pretty creative how we've been able to accomplish that these last 9 years with one person kind of doing both duties, but it's been highly successful and would be able to provide a high degree of security at a minimal cost to our taxpayers. So that's in a brief kind of the history and what the reason is for our request and a little bit of history behind that.
Thank you, Judge. So I know that the judges are here. I didn't know if the judges wanted to speak a little bit to their highlights, or if you want me to go over some of the highlights over the past year, besides the fact that we survived. I know that the board may have some questions to ask, so I want to be very cognizant of our time limit. So Judge
Judge Crombie, I would prefer if you want to just touch on. I don't really feel the need to rehash.
Okay.
What we provided, but be glad to hear if you want to just give an overview. That'd be great.
Okay. Judge Kutchina and Grodman, do you agree? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So obviously the last year has been challenging for the courts, just as it was for any other county department. Just a few of the highlights. I know that we've provided you some information, but the Williams Justice Court, they did think outside of the box, so to speak, and created some best practices. And this was right at the start of the pandemic. And so they really kind of stepped up and moved forward with seeing what was coming down the pipe. And they still were able to provide excellent customer service. They did implement a Teams type staffing model, so that there was people that were outside of the office answering phones. I know the Flagstaff Justice Court did the same thing, and that was in case anybody came down with the virus, they were able to step up and kind of implement the other team to be in the office and provide services. They were able to answer the phones from home, which allowed the staff inside the court to kind of focus on their job and not be interrupted by phone calls. The EDMS, the electronic data management system, that has been an ongoing goal, and it is a heavy lift, so to speak, because the courts are very paper centric. They for years have relied on paper, and so this has been a pretty big project. And I know Williams has really been kind of moving forward, trying to get that up and running. I know that they have an intern now that's helping kind of push that project along. They've also had staff last year. They had a designated staff person that was able to make sure, the documents were scanned and the information was entered. Let's see. Fredonia, they continue to utilize virtual hearings with a success rate, a high success rate. This has helped the jail not to have to transport individuals to and from the jail, which is, I'm sure, a cost savings to them as well. The Flagstaff Justice Court, as I mentioned, they are working with the online misdemeanor pleas. The AZ Point, which is the Arizona Protective Order module, was implemented last year right before the pandemic hit. There was some hiccups with that implementation, but the courts have really worked, and the administrative office of the courts have really worked to streamline that process. And so it's come a long way. I'm not going to say it's perfect just yet, but it really gives the people who need protective orders the ability to get those quickly and not not have the difficulty in filling out all the paperwork that's associated with those. They can just go online. It's like what is it, TurboTax? They go in, they answer questions, and then their forms spit out. So at the court, they were able to submit those to the court. So I think that's about all of the, Paige, court security. As you know, Paige has been in this project for years, well before my time, on revamping the shared facility that they share with the Page Municipal Court. It looks like that's actually coming to fruition thanks to some grants and facilities. They do have some money that they will be spending on some security improvements and just the whole remodel of that building. Again, facilities has been phenomenal with that project recently. I know it's been a long time coming. So we're looking forward to getting that started and hopefully getting it finished within the next few months. And that's really all I have for highlights. Just over the next year, we're looking to hopefully get back to some sort of sense of normalcy for us and our customers. And we'll be working on that. I know the courts are still in phase 2. We're hoping to hear that we can move to phase 3 in the very near future, which will allow us to have some additional people in the courts and just kind of move towards that normal process. So Supervisor Ryan, that's really all I have. I don't know if anybody else has anything to add.
Turn to the judges for a moment.
Sorry. Sharon, what's that?
I'll defer to Judge Grama. Of course, I have something to add.
Yay!
I'm amazed you contained yourself so well. All right, Judge Grodman.
Okay, I'm going to limit myself to one topic. Pre-pandemic, we at the Flagstaff Justice Court had a daily walk-in calendar where anybody who was summoned to court could come in to felony and misdemeanor summonses on the misdemeanors, the non-victim misdemeanors and the non-DUI misdemeanors. They could plead guilty then. On other cases, felony and DUI misdemeanors and victim misdemeanors, and cases where the defendants felt they were not guilty, didn't want to plead guilty. We would move the cases on for further hearing. We'd appoint counsel when appropriate, and of course, advising all the people of their charges and their rights. Additionally, in the daily walk-in calendar, we would entertain requests from people who walked in saying, please quash my warrant, here I am. And we would generally do that because the only reason that we had warrants for people is that we lost track of them. They disappeared on us. So 10 years ago, in partnership with Supervisor Fowler, we brought this walk-in calendar to Tuba City. And we would hold court in Tuba City in various locations before their magnificent Justice Center was completed, and then in more recent times in the Justice Center. And this would primarily allow residents of Navajo Nation to come in and request that their warrants be quashed. And again, the warrants only exist because we lose track of them. And so we would cancel their warrants. We would quash them. We would do the same kinds of things that we would do in Flagstaff, move the cases forward. Sometimes accept a guilty plea, sometimes reinstate somebody on a payment plan, and sometimes get a felony case that had been dormant for years moving, appoint counsel if they couldn't afford to hire their own, and set further hearings. So quashing the warrant, and we would see about 20 people on average twice a year. We settled on about twice a year because we got the most bang for our buck that way. If we went too often, we'd get too few people. And so twice a year was working out very well. Benefits to the people who would come in to have their warrants be quashed. knew they were doing it in a safe setting because they weren't going to be arrested on state court warrants on the reservation. And so they could come in and freely ask that they be quashed. And then they were free, advantage to them. They could leave the reservation without fear of being arrested on our warrants, and which is a benefit to everybody. But also an additional benefit to us at the Flagstaff Justice Court was that we would move our long dormant cases forward. We tried in partnership with, when former Supervisor Metzger saw how successful this was, we attempted it a few times in Loop. By the way, Supervisor Fowler, I'm hoping that we can resume this in the fall. It seems that things will be quiet enough COVID-wise and enough people will be vaccinated that we can safely resume this. And I hope we do this. In Loop, we only would have about 2 or 3 people show up on the couple of times that we did that. And I wanted to introduce myself to Supervisor Begay and in particular suggest that if she could facilitate getting more people, I would be happily open to retrying this in Loop. We held court in the Loop Community Center maybe 3 or 4 times, and we had relatively poor turnout. I mean, it's worth doing even if you can make 1 or 2 people's lives better. But I'm thinking that maybe Supervisor Begay could advertise it, and I would be happy to talk to her privately about it. And I would be happy to resume going to court in Loop every now and then. It doesn't cost anybody anything for us to do this because we don't hire a pro tem. I plan it out far enough in advance that, I can just have one judge, Judge Steinlage, Judge Josh Steinlage, handling the court on that day. And it's no problem. I just wanted to introduce that concept to Supervisor Begay if she wasn't aware of it already. So thank you.
Actually, it's a wonderful opportunity. And so there will be an opportunity offline to see if you could coordinate it, but definitely know the program has been wonderful in what you've been able to do in the coordination and assistance from Supervisor Fowler. Sharon, did you have something to add on there?
Yeah, Chair Ryan, I'll make it brief. Just a couple items. One, to thank Judge Crombie. So Judge Crombie chairs our local security emergency preparedness committee. I had to think of what the acronym meant for our entire county. So that deals with security concerns. And so he does a fabulous job chairing that committee. So I want to thank him. And then I also want to thank the clerk's office. So when we got into the pandemic with Flagstaff Justice Court, if you've been to their waiting area, it's very congested and it's not conducive to 6 feet social distancing. So when we got into it, Valerie Wyant, our clerk of Superior Court, said, why don't they, use one of our front counter to be able to provide that service, which was great because it's a larger open area. So I wanted to thank Val's office for allowing the Justice Court to be able to use that counter space. And for Page Justice Court, I'm looking forward to, because Shelley said long before her time, they started this project before my time, and I've been here a little more than 10 years this time around. And that project was started before I even came aboard. So it's been a long process, and so I'm looking forward to that. And then I wanted to mention, I don't want to leave out one of the justice courts, Fredonia Justice and City Court. We do have an intergovernmental agreement. And one thing we've seen, which we are doing some research on, is a significant increase in cases filed in the city court. And so we are re-looking at that intergovernmental agreement. We do have a clause that tells us that we need to renegotiate it. So you may be seeing that come forward sometime soon. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right.
Chair Ryan.
Please, Judge.
I just want to tell the board, these are the top limited jurisdiction court judges in our state, without any hesitation or reservation. From Fredonia all the way down to Sedona, they have just done an outstanding job. They continue to do an outstanding job day in and day out, and really at the heartline of our citizens who really need to know that they have someone who's going to listen to them and work with them and help them in their problems. One of the things that I wish in some ways it's probably my fault. We do have the Sedona City Court. Actually, half of it is in Coconino County, but the budget is handled by Yavapai County. But that judge is Judge Lisa Parsons, and she has been doing an outstanding job too, working with two jurisdictions and making sure that the needs of the citizens in the Coconino County side of Sedona are also handled in an outstanding way. So I just wanted to make sure the board understood what a wonderful job these limited jurisdiction court judges have been doing. They're absolutely outstanding, and I appreciate all of the work they did, especially this past year.
Thank you, Judge. Actually, that's a wonderful compliment from the presiding judge, and it just speaks to just your innovation and what each of you judges have done. Now, Judge Cutchin, you're here and haven't had an opportunity to speak. I should provide you opportunity to comment. And I'm not sure if I met you before, but if not, it's a pleasure to meet you. But love to provide this opportunity.
Nice to meet you. I don't believe we have met. I don't have anything really additional to add. Due to the rural nature of our court and some of the limitations that our defendants have here, some things haven't changed a lot during the pandemic, where other busier courts may have saw huge changes in Fredonia. A lot of the time it was business as usual, but we did see a pretty big increase in contested traffic hearings because we did offer the option for Zoom or telephonic hearings. So that's one thing that our workload did increase with the pandemic. And it's been kind of nice to give those who live out of the area, and it would be incredibly inconvenient for them to come back to have that opportunity to have their cases heard. So that's been a real benefit that we've seen here in Fredonia. And we've just tried to continue offering good customer service to everyone.
All right. Making sure my mute is off there. And it's interesting to hear the impact of COVID and how everybody's adjusted as well. Now, any wrap up that we need to do? Am I swinging back to Shelley for a half a second here? Any wrap up you'd like to do, Shelley?
I just, again, thank you guys. I want to congratulate you for surviving the budget process. Nice job. But yeah, I really don't have anything else. So if the board has any questions, we're happy to answer.
Okay, so we're going to go through. We'll start with the county manager, and we can see. I have to say something though. The Page facilities. It's been going on for decades. So this is fascinating to hear. I kind of smiled when you brought that up.
I actually returned to Coconino County just to see this project done.
Steve, just to use the bathroom at the
I just
remove that porta potty.
Coming back and seeing that done after 10 years, my life is fulfilled now, so it's good. But Mr. Chairman, very quickly, the service increment or service improvement request that's been requested for Justice Court for Williams, the court service officer temp wage funding increase that is recommended. We're also going to be looking at justice courts through the ARP opportunity as well, because we're looking at enhancing, not expansion, but enhancing current services. And again, we want to make sure we're aligning to language in the act. And so we'll be looking at that. And so we'll be actually inviting all of our county justice partners to a discussion to talk about various opportunities within this particular funding source. Thank you.
There we go. That time I did have mute on. Thank you, Steve. And as you can hear, Judge Crombie, it is in the manager's recommendations associated with it. Again, as noted, we know we're going to need to adjust for the implications of COVID, and we've had a broader discussion of using some of the federal money that's coming in to help us as we move through it. I'll skip over and provide the opportunity for my fellow supervisors to speak. I'll start with Vice Chair Fowler.
It's so good to see you all. And it's really good to hear the Page Justice facility will finally be done. We all need to go out there and just celebrate and check out the bathroom, the judge's bathroom. We've been at that facility has been in the process for a very long time. It was so good too on the social media. I saw Judge Roberts conducting 2 weddings, and it was outside. It's just life goes on, and try to accommodate your community. You're all doing an amazing job. So I'm just really happy to see that you're all healthy and you're doing well, and was able to adjust your courts to be able to, accommodate the citizens. It's so good to, it goes really good to go out, and I want to go out and visit you again in Fredonia. I noticed, hey, we're getting a restaurant. I noticed the last time I was there. So our Cowboy restaurant was closed, and now a new one's going in. I'm really happy about that. So during this pandemic, things kept on moving through, and communities are changing for the better. So I think it's really great. And technology and security and this new way of doing business, we really have to take a look at what it is. What is it that we need? Is it something that we really should be asking for? That's something that I think the courts need to really look at. Judge Grodman, how could we do without you? Our courts, that we are constantly getting requests for the court to come back to. People miss it. Sharon, you were a key on that, and Gary, we've done those evaluations. It just absolutely changes people's lives. And I can work again. I can actually provide for my family again. I can get a driver's license again. Courts hold a key to people's lives. And when you hold these courts and actually people walk out of there crying because now they can live again, they can they can actually breathe again and be able to hug their children and say, I'm going to work now. That is really emotional. So I want to thank you for all you do. I know you do your work from the goodness of your heart, because I have seen it. I've been working with you for some time, and just want to thank you and your staff. Just the court clerks, just absolutely amazing. You all work with a smile, and really appreciate that. So that's all I have to say. I mean, I have nothing just but good things to say to you. Thank you so much. It's really good to see that you're all doing well, and really happy about that. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and good afternoon, all. It's wonderful to see some of you again, and some of you to meet for the first time. And I also look forward to a time when we get back into more normal settings, and we can actually meet personally. But I really have to give you a lot of kudos for the way that you have done the accommodations in your court system and serve the residents of our county, even during COVID. And, I know we've learned some lessons as a result of COVID. The video conferencing, I think, is something that we're probably going to see more of as we move in a post-COVID world, or what we hope is a more post-COVID world. And I know you're working very hard on electronic data management system, and that seems to be the shape of the future. So I certainly wish you well on that and do what we can to assist on that. I also think obviously the court security remains a issue and it needs to remain a priority for all of us in the judicial system, and make sure that our staff, our judges, and our folks who have access to our court system are all safe. So I hear you when you're talking about court security and the need to fund court security. So I love the idea of the walking calendar. I didn't know you were doing that. And I think it's wonderful, and I hope it can be now post-COVID, you can reinstitute that. So it's great to meet some of you for the first time on Zoom, seeing some of you again on Zoom, and congratulations on doing what you've been able to do during COVID, and thank you all for your service.
All right. Supervisor Vasquez.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate you all for the county. I don't have any questions at this time. I just wanted to say thank you. It's great learning about all the different services you offer in the county, and I look forward to doing some tours once things lighten up with COVID. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Supervisor Begay.
Good late afternoon. All the judges that are on the panel here and your staff, thank you very much for doing the presentation, learning a lot through all last week and most part for this week too also. So I really like the fact that you're expanding court services to our rural communities within the whole Coconino County. It means a lot because I'm always saying that we need to start expanding. We need to start, doing this and helping people, especially in the rural communities. And so I'm really thankful for that, and that you're working on that, and you are implementing those. So it means a lot to a lot of communities. And then also the IGA with the city courts, and also I always say you should have MOUs, MOAs, whether it be to do a task of any type within the county. So that's what I always stress, and that's what I'm talking. And then also streamlining your services, so that we're not doing any kind of duplication of services. And then also, I know that facilities, roads department, health, and others within the county are also expanding services into the rural communities. So I'm very happy with that too. And then as far as your court security officer, for public safety reasons, I think it's very important for the staff and also the clients that you will be hearing from and stuff like that. So I just want to say thank you for all the services that you provide, and then also going out and reaching out and willing to go out. And I'm willing to facilitate your suggestion on getting the information back to the Loop and the Loop courthouse, court community center, so that we can go ahead and provide some services out there again. That will be very helpful. And I commend you for all the work that you're doing with you and your staff and your department. So thank you very much.
All right. And so You've heard a lot of the discussions, the recommendations. We're going to continue to work on the budget for the next couple of days, and some of it will be even prolonged as we see what the guidance is and how we work with the federal money. But we are listening to you. We're trying to look at the areas where we can bring money in as best we can to help everybody out. I do have to say this though. Did you guys keep Judge Roberts out, particularly because you've resolved the bathroom issue? I could see him coming on and just talking to us about that. Judge Roberts being...
We told him we had his backs and we had it covered for him. So.
Oh, there you go. There you go. And sorry to miss you, Judge Crombie, but you know, as Steve and I stopped by, and it was really good to Jennifer and Jim Coffey showed us around, and it was really good visit. Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Vice Chair, it looks like you were popping up to make a comment there. Nope. Okay. Well, with that, we'll be getting back to you, and thank you everybody for all the work that you've done. Now I'm going to move over to County Manager as we do a little bit of a wrap up for today in the next few minutes. Steve.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This morning we had proposed ending early to provide some time between now and the 5 p.m. Board meeting to reconvene for the planning and zoning business this evening. Just want to confirm that that is still okay with the majority of you. And then the second part of that.
Yes, it is.
Really?
No.
I'm
glad you said 5 p.m. because I thought it was at 6, so that's good.
5. Yeah, better be here at 5. Okay. All right. We'll put a little tag around you just to find you. The other part is we had suggested earlier today that we reconvene at 10 a.m. tomorrow to provide some time for the staff to do some analysis and maybe a little bit of recovery from hopefully what may not be a late night, but nonetheless, we just wanted to confirm that as well.
That's a yes that I saw from everybody, but nod your heads of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
With that, then, Mr. Chair, we're good on the staff end. Staff is going to huddle right after this meeting and keep working and provide some scenarios and start looking at distilling some of the information that we've received in the last 2 weeks, looking at the follow-up list that we've had. We'll be looking at some of those issues that will be policy discussions that will be happening later on this summer and into the fall. There are certain policy discussions that are going to be maybe broader and take some time. And so we'll confirm those understandings with you tomorrow, just so we have, we're reading this accurately, okay? That's all, Mr. Chair, on the staff side.
Okay, just check in with the board members. Any last comments? Let's just roll through, Patrice.
Well, there is a lot. I mean, there's so many needs. And by the way, absolutely justifiable needs. I'm not hearing a whole lot of fluff in their budgets or requests. I think that what we're hearing is a absolute need and something that would really provide service to our community. And now it's a matter of weighing and balancing the needs with the revenues, with priorities, with can we get something from ARP, and just it's a challenge. There's absolutely I can see why this is the hardest part of what we do is trying to go through and work out a budget that meets the needs of our community. And meets the statutory requirements of our elected officials, and that we can afford. So I know we're going to have lots of discussion as we move forward. And I've really appreciated the staff's input. The departments have come prepared. It's been a delight to hear them explain what they are doing, explaining their vision of the future. And I'm very impressed with the county staff and our departments. And we're going to do our best to try to benefit them and our community. So thank you, Chair Ryan, and thank you, County Manager Peru, and all that have worked so hard on this.
All right. Hieronyma.
Yes, thank you. It's been a grueling process. Through it all, I continue to be impressed by the professionalism of all the county staff. I appreciate all the hard work that went in to prepare the documents for us. I did appreciate being able to refer to those beforehand and during the presentations, get oriented. It was a lot of information, and the presentations were all well done, and the documentation to support it was well done as well. So I appreciate all that. And we have a tough task in front of us because there's so many, like Supervisor Horstman said, there's so many requests and none of them are fluff. You know, they're all need. And so we just need to lay it out on the table and figure out the right combination to try to maximize the most bang for our buck. And so I look forward to doing that in these next couple of days. And I appreciate everybody's hard work and contributions to this process. Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Begay.
Yeah, I think the presentations were done really great, real educational and informative as being a new board supervisor. And also they all did a good job, and they, again, you know, there's a lot of needs within each of the departments that gave us the presentations. And certainly, you know, we'll try our best, you know, as board of supervisors to ensure that, you know, we're looking at all the requests and that we're prioritizing, and that making sure that there's things that we can do for each and every department. So and then also they're looking at the safety, they're looking at the broadband IT issues, they're looking at infrastructure, they're looking at a lot of things and services to be provided to our constituents out there and within Coconino County. And some of them are addressing rural concerns and issues, and they're out there trying to help. And so that really, there's so much to say about it. And I'm really thankful that, you know, I'm part of this discussion, and that I just want to try to help in any way I can. And I know that each board member feels that way. We do have limited resources, but what can we do with that? And how can we, you know, try to accommodate some of the requests or 3/4 of the requests? And so the staff were very professional as far as doing their presentations too, and I appreciated that. And so thank you very much for the wrap up for me.
All right. And then Lena.
Well, thank you all, and go huddle and get some rest, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, just quick note, you know, reiterating everything that's been said. You see the passion and the need and the professionalism, definitely no fluff. It really is a lot of tough questions, and yet people working really hard to do what they're doing. Thank you. Yeah, thank you to all our staff. And same thing, give you guys a break. We'll make it through this. We'll see everybody tomorrow that are on budget staff and finance tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. And we'll all come back for the 5 o'clock meeting tonight. I'll be here at 5, Steve. All right. So at this point, I believe I'm adjourning this portion of the meeting, and then we'll start a new meeting at 5 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.